Want to do a test?
Hello, hello. Hi. Awesome, party people. How you doing?
Good.
All right, everyone get comfy. My name is Chris. I'm very much a retail investor. If anyone needs a workshop on how to lose their phone, I spent the last half an hour doing exactly that. So I know exactly how it's going on. Yeah, first off, I'm a big fan of acknowledging the traditional owners of this land. So yeah, to the Noongar people, elders of past, present, and emerging, we pay our respects. And let's get this show on the road. WA is a pretty special little part of the world. We're very lucky to be here right now. When it comes to our state emblem, black swan. And I think it's pretty nifty that we can have our own little black swan right here. We've got a whole bunch of really awesome people coming up to present. Just to set the vibe for this event, we're very much volunteers who just stepped forward and said, hey, we're keen to just fly the flag for Cardano over in our little corner of the world. So if anyone has any questions, we're very open and honest people. So yeah, feel free to get involved. If you have any personal experiences you want to share, if you have any ideas, there's definitely networking that'll be happening at the end. So yeah, friendly vibes. So first off, we're going to have Bharat Mallapur from the EMURGO Academy. So awesome person to come along. He's going to give us an introduction to Cardano and everything it's about. And one thing I'm really looking forward to is Sophie, who is going to do a fundamental analysis. So lots of things in the work. I don't know, raise your hand if you've been involved with the virtual summit so far. Has anyone had a little squiz, run around on the little turtle island? Pretty snazzy. But yeah, so we have a little link to be able to provide so that you can get a whole bunch of info. Download your wallet address so that you can get a little NFT for coming on down. And also you can submit your questions and just explore the different guests that we have. So you can keep an eye on the schedule. And you can download it there. So if you type that in your phone, then you can get that whole thing, and then you'll get access to those links with NFT airdrop and the submitting questions and whatnot. Cool. And yeah, just a little bit of housekeeping. Toilets are over there. If you have someone running around saying, follow me, that's, an emergency, follow that person. When it comes to tonight, I'm very much a retail investor, but the Cardano community for me, I've been involved with it for the past year and a half, just following how things have been going. And it's an extremely supportive bunch of people and keen to work with other blockchain enthusiasts. So I really think that all of the people here are pioneers in your own right, because there's so much that's going to be happening and so much that has already happened that unfortunately the world just needs to catch up and realise what's going on. So first guest is Bharat, and we'll cue him up shortly. But in regards to just the community vibe when it comes to Cardano, I navigate the brutal space that is Twitter, and you get accused of being a fascist, a communist. You're in a cult, mate. You're in a cult. No, it's called using your brain. And just a quick reminder, the human sacrifice is at 8, and Kool-Aid, just leave that to the end. Awesome, good stuff, great, sweet. Okay, so I'll just quickly see if Bharat is free to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So, good afternoon. All right, good. Good to see all of you. I'm pleasantly surprised that I'm kicking off the session today. So that's something this is the first time that I'm going to be kicking off a session on the Cardano Summit. or any such event. So thanks for having me here. So I'm sure that all of you know a lot about Cardano already. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try to only fill in some of the details, right? Because I have only probably 30 minutes to do so. I hope my video and audio is audible and visible without any issues. Share screen. Okay. So let me just. Okay. I hope. Looks like it's taking a bit of time to share the screen. I hope it doesn't die. It's spinning for a long time. No,
Yeah.
I don't
Asking,
see it.
is there any?
It seems to have hanged. Oh, I might just have to end my process.
Can you hear me, Bharat?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Awesome.
It's just that when I'm
So
trying to share the screen, it's Chrome seems to have gone into a hang.
Yeah.
Let me just see. Could it be? So this is one of the things about being the first guy up.
that's too true. Too true.
Do you need to allow access in your settings for sharing your screen under the privacy settings of your laptop? Sorry, guys. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Closed. I hope I'm audible again.
Yeah, you're back in again. You're in twice.
You are back.
Oh, is it? I'm in twice. Okay, that's surprising. Okay.
Yeah, logo employee, so nice.
So 1 second. Let me just load up my. Hopefully this time it will allow me to share without killing the process. Share screen. Screen 2. I think that might work better. Share.
Oh, we see it.
Boom.
Okay, good. So that's
Hooray! We're in. Happy days.
all right. So welcome everyone. Let's get started because I'm sure time is of the essence. So before we start off, just a little bit about ourselves. EMURGO Academy is sort of the educational wing of EMURGO, and as you all know, EMURGO is the business arm of the Cardano protocol. And basically, EMURGO Academy's goal for the last couple of years has been to create a blockchain talent pool. Till Cardano came in with smart contracts, we are helping people to at least embrace blockchain through Hyperledger Fabric or Ethereum. This is very important because ultimately people need to know about blockchain as a whole, right? So for that, our focus was to get people upskilled on blockchain, understand the concepts properly, and now of course with smart contracts and so many other things in the making, right? Now our focus is entirely on the Cardano protocol. So our mission is we want to create an expert talent pool of not just application developers. We want to help people who are domain experts. For example, if they are in the banking sector or in the healthcare sector or whichever sector they be in, right? Many of these people come up with have a background of maybe 13, 14, 15 years of experience in their particular domain, and they are hearing a lot about blockchain. and they're very curious to know how blockchain is going to help them out. So our aim is to sort of help these people become the liaison between their domain and blockchains, right? Especially the Cardano protocol. One more thing that we want to do is over time is we want to foster a startup culture, because ultimately, startups are where most of the disruption and all the innovation is happening, right? So with that, we'll enough said about EMURGO. So the Cardano advantage, right? So if you think about it, Cardano is the leading third generation proof of stake blockchain protocol, even be it by market cap or be it by technological innovations, right? So the benefits are immense security. So if you look at the very way that Cardano has been built, it has been built with so many different measures, which you, for example, if you compare with, let's say, other blockchain protocols like Bitcoin or Ethereum, you'll see that the security has been built in right from the word go, right? They have taken all, we have taken all the, all the issues and all the, the hacks and so many other things which keep repeatedly happening on other protocols, and we have tried to make these, to rectify these issues, not just rectify, but to build in much more security than, than any other blockchain protocol present today, right? So be it things like the UTXO model or the EUTXO model, or having an immutable programming language where, you can only program some certain concepts which will, ensure that there is no chance of any side effects happening, right? So be it this, or if you look at the concept of side chains, if you look at the entire mathematical verification of the Ouroboros consensus protocol, all these things are meant to sort of ensure that ultimately we have a lot of security coming in. So the way I like to compare this is, if you compare Bitcoin or maybe even Ethereum, right? These are more like the pioneers. These are like, as I always like to say, Frank and Wilbur Wright, and these people are the people who built the flying machines, flying by the seat of their pants, maybe, the propeller being just a couple of inches away from their face. And today what Cardano is trying to do is, Cardano is trying to be the commercial flights that we see today, right? So when you are onboarding billions of users onto the protocol, it's very important to have enormous security, so many different ways in which security is enabled, just like, all the pre-flight checks that happen before you get into a commercial flight. And that's exactly why commercial flights are so safe and secure, that compared to any other form of transport, commercial flights are probably the safest way to travel. So I guess that's what you can say that Cardano is trying to do. Cardano is trying to be the commercial flights for all the users, so that when you get in, you don't go in with a prayer and a wing, literally. You actually feel pretty much that, it's a very deterministic event that, you got in, you got out. That's it. And you had a pleasant flight, an amazing experience. So security wise, Cardano is really amazing. A lot of innovations there. If you look at decentralization, I think if you look at the blockchain trilemma, or the three properties that essential properties that a blockchain should have, these are basically security, decentralization, and scalability, right? So decentralization, if you think about it, we have seen in Bitcoin or in Ethereum, what is the kind of decentralization issues that come up. Even if you try to fix the broken decentralization and make it, make it more, more decentralized, ultimately there is this innate tendency for the community to pool up and to create mining pools or some sort of pools. And what Cardano has done really amazingly is to take this innate behavior of humans to sort of clump together, right? Just like in iRobot, if you see, there's this, why do robots tend to gather together even in a container? So I think that's a very human approach, right? So taking this innate property of humans to clump together, to contribute together and, do things, well, it's a problem in most other blockchain protocols, but in Cardano, this has become a feature, right? So you've taken a bug or a problem and turned it into a feature. So the way that Cardano has completely thought of the stake pools and how these stake pools are not only a way to sort of bring in decentralization, but also scalability. So as of today, if you see, the decentralization aspect is probably, after Shelley, and especially after the complete transition from federated network to completely decentralized, where 100% of the blocks are being produced by the stake pools, you'll see that this means that Cardano is among the most decentralized blockchain protocols in the world, right? And this has been designed in right from the beginning in this particular way. And not only this, but when you look at the next level, where you look at Hydra, for example, where you're trying to bring in a layer 2, bring in enormous amount of speed and transactions and scalability, these same stake pools become the very limbs through which this is executed, right? So today, if you have around 3,000 stake pools, well, it's just a matter of tweaking the K factor to bring in 10,000 or 50,000 stake pools, right? And what this means is that you can bring in, so each of these stake pools can sort of become a shard, become sort of like a head of the Hydra state channels, and this means that you have the ability to have literally 500,000 to 1 million transactions per second. And this is linear scaling, right? As the number of stake pools increase, the scalability of Cardano increases. So this is something amazing, where you're inherently taken an inherent bug or a flaw, and you turned it into one of the strong points of the Cardano protocol, right? So again, scalability through so many different aspects. The EUTXO brings in not just concurrency like, for example, Ethereum, but it also brings in parallelism, right? So right now, there was a huge issue where people were trying, misinformation was being spread around that you can only have one transaction per block in Cardano, but that's just because you're trying to retrofit old concepts into a new era, right? So it's like taking horses and then putting them in front of a diesel car, right, or maybe an electric car. You don't need the horses anymore. So you need to dump that concept, try to redesign things the way they should be, right? For example, if you look at the oldest example, right, when the first telephone directory came up in software, right, I think it was in Windows, if I'm not mistaken, the concept was, they just took this entire concept of a yellow pages and they made it into a digital, like an image of a book, and then you had to literally go through like A and then E, etc. So after some time came very native concepts for the search, and now you just search and you find the entry and you call them up, right? So this is where I think a lot of design approach has to change. We will probably be responsible for a lot of this innovation, especially if you look at the number of research papers that have been published. And these research papers are not available only to Cardano. They are going to be a reference material for any blockchain protocol that comes forward. So this is amazing stuff that has been done by Cardano. So be it the EUTXO model or this entire concept of staking pools being one of the shards in a multi-shard kind of a blockchain, all this is as well as layer 2. This is all possible in Cardano. The last thing is interoperability. Well, interoperability as such, if you see, there are many conventional methods of doing this, using bridges or other kind of mechanisms where you do a two-way peg, where assets on another blockchain protocol are locked into a smart contract or in some particular address, and then these assets are then reissued on the Cardano protocol, and vice versa, right? So this is typically called as a bridge protocol. So you provably lock some stuff, some digital assets on the other chain, and then you signal the Cardano chain that yes, you can go ahead and issue these digital assets on the Cardano protocol. So this is one part of it. But then again, there's also amazing things like NIPOPOWs. NIPOPOWs is non-interactive proof of works, which is an amazing way to sort of capture any property on a proof of work blockchain, like say Bitcoin or Litecoin or even Ethereum for that matter. Even if it doesn't have smart contracts, right? how do you take a succinct proof of an activity that has or an event that has occurred on the other chain, and then provide it in a way where in one verification you can understand that yes, this is the particular state change that has happened on the other proof of work chain, and then based upon that you can issue the digital assets on the Cardano protocol. So over time, right, this is going to be a very, very important part of bringing in extremely scalable, efficient, cost-effective, digital asset transitions from one chain to another chain. So this is something which Cardano has done original research in, and this is something that's going to be really amazing, especially going ahead, because ultimately no blockchain protocol is an island. Every blockchain has to sort of learn to coexist, and not just coexist, but sort of synergize with other blockchains in order that the users, who are the lifeblood of any blockchain protocol, they don't feel bound, or they don't feel claustrophobic within one blockchain protocol, but they are able to quickly and easily, cost effectively move assets from one chain to the other chain as required. Not that it's going to be required maybe in the case where you already have amazing features on Cardano, but ultimately if you provide this freedom, you're sort of freeing up people to mentally to say that my assets are on the blockchain, and you don't really have to think about okay, they're logged on this blockchain protocol, etc. Right? So coming to Ouroboros. So Ouroboros, basically, if you think about it, Ouroboros is the name of the consensus protocol that Cardano uses. And if you look at consensus protocols, basically what are they? Right? A consensus protocol is in a decentralized world where no one is a boss or no one is a leader. Right? It's very difficult to generate agreement or consensus, especially in a blockchain protocol. Why is this? Because ultimately, if you think about it, the problem is that with centralized systems, we are all used to these centralized systems. You are used to having a boss or some authority figure who tells you what to do, and you either comply with it or you reject it. That's the only two choices. So we are always used to this kind of centralized authority figures. And what decentralization basically says is, do you really need a centralized figure, right? And so the entire brunt of making sure that consensus or agreement between anonymous nodes spread all across the world, who are only coming together for like mutual benefit, how do you get these various network nodes or the participants to agree in a seamless manner? So Ouroboros has many innovations within it. It's the consensus protocol, which is highly decentralized thanks to the stake pool architecture. It's very scalable and modular, right? So if you look at Ouroboros, there are multiple versions which have come out over the last, say, 4 to 5 years, right? Of course, it all started, the original research probably started 6-7 years ago, but then the original versions are probably Classic, Praus, Genesis, and then Hydra, right? So basically, if you think about it, these particular versions are very modular. They are very layer-based, right? So if you look at the Classic, it's something where it's a federated network. It has things where you are trying to bring in decentralization through something called the PVSS, or the publicly verifiable secret sharing algorithm, right? So basically, what does this mean? Blockchains are notoriously bad at generating random numbers, and basically, when you have a lot of people vying to be stake pool or block producers, you need to find a way to select these block producers randomly so that you don't have centralization creeping in. So because blockchains are very bad at generating random numbers, what you need to do is you need to find a way to generate this random number either from an external source or from internal source in a more complicated manner. So Classic basically uses the PVSS method, where all the stake pools which are contending for becoming block producers or slot leaders, as they are called, they come together, they take part in a multi-party computation where there are multiple steps. There's a step where they generate a random number on their own machines, and then they don't want to expose it in the first step. So the first step is called as the commit phase, where a hash of the random number that every stake pool has generated is pushed onto the blockchain. by each and every stake pool which is participating in the consensus, right? Then next comes the reveal phase, where once everybody has committed their particular random number hash, then in the second phase they reveal the random number, and all these random numbers together can be XORed or concatenated or whichever particular operation you want, and you can generate a truly random number, mathematically verifiable random number. Now, of course, anybody who tries to cheat in the reveal phase, if they change the number that they're going to publish to the blockchain in the second stage, that is the reveal stage, well, the hash of what they committed initially and the hash of what they are finally publishing is going to mismatch, and they will be taken out of the consensus round. So this way, in a very publicly verifiable manner, you can generate a random number, and this random number can then be used along with your staking profile, your staking snapshot. How many ADA do you have staked at that particular time? For a stake pool, it might be all the collected stake of all its delegated members, right? So with this, you can find out exactly when a stake pool should come in. But then there's a lot of problem here. Typically, this is a very transparent method, and so transparency is great typically, right? But in some cases, transparency can be a bad thing. So in this particular case, what happens is transparency means that everybody comes to know which particular stake pool, or if not directly, they can find out which particular stake pool is going to produce which particular block. And so you can have a DDoS attack where the stake pool which is going to produce a block is attacked with a huge number of let's say internet traffic, and so the node is unable to push its data onto the blockchain. Now, to stop this in Pravos, what they did is they used something called verifiable random functions. So verifiable random functions is basically based upon there's some particular seed data which is taken from the blockchain at the end of every epoch, as we call it. And this random data or this seed data, along with your private key, right? What you can do is you can take this seed data anonymously. You can take the seed data and run it through the verifiable random function along with your private key, which is known only to you. And this will output the exact slots for the next epoch where you are going to have to produce blocks. And it also produces a proof which you can produce later on when you're actually pushing the block into the particular slot, saying that here's the block which I produced, and here's the proof that I am authorized to sort of create this block. And this can be verified by anybody using your public key or your staking, your registration certificate, and they can verify that yes, indeed, say for example, Bharat staking pool is allowed to produce this block for this particular slot, right? And this means that it becomes completely anonymous or completely secret, because by the time I produce the block and push it in and I provide a proof, even if somebody decides to DDoS attack me at that time, basically it means that there's no way to stop the block from being published. So this means that there's no benefit for an attacker to attack me after I have already published the block. So these are some amazing innovations through verifiable random functions. And verifiable random functions are created by Professor Silvio Micali, who's also given us zero knowledge proofs, right? And then Genesis is basically where you want to be able to, for example, any blockchain protocol, right? If a new node joins the network, the problem is it has to get the blockchain from the network itself. And so typically the problem is it is a very it's prone to attack at this point, because you could get fed false data. So typically here what happens is you need some trusted nodes in the network, maybe run by IOHK or EMURGO or the Cardano Foundation, and their IP address, which is hard-coded into the client. And so when the node starts up, it immediately pings these particular IP addresses and gets the initial information from these particular nodes. Now this automatically brings in centralization to some extent, because ultimately these trusted nodes are a sort of a weak point. So Genesis, Ouroboros Genesis basically says, given the Genesis block, which could be programmed into the client, right? It could be programmed into the software that this is your Genesis block. And the Genesis Ouroboros protocol basically says that a new node which has come up uh, right now it doesn't have any backdrop information about the protocol, it can, just by looking at the chains which are being proposed to it by various nodes, saying that, yeah, this is the valid chain, please update yourself. Well, just by looking at those variant chains, the node should be able to select the valid chain, right? And this is something that is really amazing, because a lot of original research has gone into understanding how do you select the proper chain, and this is a part of the Ouroboros Genesis protocol. And then of course we have Hydra, where state channels are going to come in. They are going to sort of get us to the point where we can have transactions which are costing maybe, I don't know, 1/100th of a cent or 1,000th of a cent, possibly going forward. And this means that you no longer have to worry about infrastructure, because if you look at any centralized applications today, you need to set up a server, you need to have a domain, you need to have so many things running, some EC2 instances in Amazon running, probably cloud instances at least, whether it be GCP or Azure. And there are costs involved with all this. But if you can build an application on the Cardano chain, well, it's always sitting out there, right? And it means that you don't have any infrastructure costs beyond very, very basic minimum costs. And you only pay as you go. Each and every user, as they use the application, they pay like a couple of thousandth of a cent, and they get their work done. So overall, it's probably the most scalable, most cost-effective way to build applications going ahead in the future, right? And the advantage of Hydra is also that basically it allows you to do state channels, which means smart contracts running on shards, right? And this is a very, very tough thing to do. But the way that Hydra has been designed, especially given the UTXO or the extended UTXO model, means that you can actually have the same state being reflected on top of the Hydra head, and then committed back into the main chain at any given point, right? So this is something, it's a very difficult problem to resolve, and Hydra is going to do this in a very, very secure and verifiable manner, right? So what are the main important concepts as of today, right? Of course, there might be a lot of innovation that comes in. The EUTXO model is probably one of the most important concepts that you need to understand, because Cardano has taken the Bitcoin UTXO model and sort of improved it, added a lot of stuff to it to make sure that a lot of things which were not possible in Bitcoin or in Ethereum can be done in Cardano. So this includes something, for example, where you can build native tokens, right? You can build native tokens, which means that, for example, if you look at Ethereum, right, there's literally, I don't know, at least 100,000 tokens which have been deployed on Ethereum. But the biggest problem with Ethereum is that whenever you want to do a token transfer from one user to another user, or from one user to a smart contract, you have to actually load the contract into the Ethereum virtual machine, execute it as logic, as programming logic, just to do a value transfer of tokens from one address to another address, for example. And this means that there's a lot of inefficiency that comes in, a lot of gas that ultimately has to be used. Though, I mean, Cardano internally has an equivalent concept of gas, because ultimately somebody has got to pay for the transaction to get effected onto the blockchain, right? All the computation or all the value transfer that has to happen. And that's also very important for the network security, because if you had free transactions, basically you could easily attack the network using something called Sybil attacks, where a malicious attacker sort of assumes multiple identities and then starts doing useless transactions, dummy transactions. And these dummy transactions are in the millions, so basically they overwhelm the infrastructure of the blockchain and don't allow valid users to come in and do a valid transfer, right? So if you think about it, native tokens, which has been introduced in Cardano, this basically means that you don't need to run a smart contract in order to be able to create native tokens. So native tokens are almost first-class citizens of the Cardano blockchain protocol, except for the fact that there has to be a piggyback of a couple of ADA to every UTXO that creates native tokens, right? So that's the only thing that comes in, right? And then smart contracts are, wow.
Oh shit!
I think there's a, All right. So that stopped it. I muted myself and it stopped. All right. So smart contracts is something that has come in on September 12th. But these smart contracts are a little different from the state account based Ethereum smart contracts. So they are a lot more secure, a lot more verifiable, a lot more parallelist in nature. So you can do a lot of parallelism where UTXOs that don't have any relation with each other. Basically, you can execute these transactions parallelly, which means you can bring in almost, you can think of it as being threads. So if you see blockchain protocols today, there's no concept of threading, right? If you look at Bitcoin or Ethereum, they're single threaded. There's only one thread that can ever run. But in our usual real life computer applications, you'll see that threading is the way to bring in an enormous responsiveness. So you can say that sort of the EUTXO model also brings in this parallelism where you can parallelly run different transactions that don't have shared UTXOs as the inputs, right? So this means that you can have 10,000 shards or 10,000 stake pools run, parallel shards where transactions are being executed parallelly and they update the state perfectly, right? So this is where you can say that this is almost the precursor of an operating system on top of blockchains, right? So this is an amazing concept, and I'm sure that this is going to basically bring in the next revolution of the blockchain ecosystem, right? So I think I'm not sure. Am I good on time? How much more time do I have? Probably 5 minutes. Okay, so let me just go ahead. Somebody will ping me in case I'm running out of time. So if you look at it, basically, if you want to be developing on the Cardano blockchain protocol, what are the various things that you need to understand, right? So these can be things like, for example, understanding the blockchain primitives. So you need to understand what proof of stake really brings in, because there's a lot of outdated or invalid information that's floating around on the net, and it just keeps getting repeated because people haven't gone into proof of stake in depth, right? So it's very important to understand exactly what the blockchain brings in and what it entails in terms of what are the precautions that you need to take when you're building blockchain based applications, right? So understanding proof of stake is very important, especially in relation to how proof of work works, right? So it's also very important to understand something called Byzantine fault tolerance and how you can achieve it in multiple ways, right? So that's very important because ultimately the consensus protocol is the heart of the blockchain, right? Then it's very important to understand cryptographic constructs like digital signatures, private key encryption, public key encryption, hashing, Merkle trees, Merkle roots, so many other things. Not because you're not necessarily that you're going to use these concepts in your application development, but if you don't understand these things, you are only looking at it as an application layer which you're just using, right? And when something goes wrong, you don't really know why it went wrong, and maybe you might not even understand that maybe if you had written the application in a particular way, you could actually have built a much more efficient, much streamlined, or well-designed kind of a blockchain application, right? So cryptographic construction and security is very, very important to understand, especially formal verification and what are the benefits of that, etc. Right? And then of course consensus protocols is very important to understand the various consensus protocols, what they really entail at the heart of them. This is something that gives you a level of comfort with blockchain development which you cannot get unless you understand these concepts. Similarly, blockchain application design. This is a very subtle field, right? Because if you take any centralized, let's say Google Store or App Store based application, how do you design something which is equivalent of that, or maybe in some ways better than that, but at the same time it is built on a blockchain, utilizing or unlocking the benefits of the blockchain in the way it's designed and architecture, right? So this is very important to understand. There are a lot of decisions which have to be taken, subtle decisions which need to be taken differently than from centralized application design. Then token economics. Well, how do you, token economics or crypto economics is a very, very important part of blockchain design, And if you don't understand the blockchain protocol, the way that the crypto economic incentives work on different protocols, it's very difficult for you to design a robust application which incentivizes its users to come together and work together, right? So token economics is very important, as well as understanding how to get real world data, right? For example, price feeds for a DEX or for a DeFi application, or let it be weather data, or some sort of maybe let's say there's a betting contract which is on the NBA or on the NFL or whatever it be, right? So how do you build applications where you can get in real world data, and what are the flaws, and how do you overcome them, right? So these are some of the things which you really need to understand. And of course, industry use cases, you need to understand how the blockchain applications can be built for healthcare, for fintech, for supply chain, for all these kind of things, as well as pure peer-to-peer, like decentralized storage, decentralized computing. How do you build these applications in a way where they make a lot of sense? One more thing that you need to understand is you need to understand the Cardano design and architecture. Of course, I have walked you through probably like 0.1% of this, but then there's enormous amount of depth which we go into typically in our EMURGO Academy courses. And this is where you come to know a lot about what really powers the Cardano protocol. Then the next thing that you need is proficiency in Haskell. You needn't be an expert, not necessarily. Of course, it always helps if you're an expert, but at least you should be comfortable with the basic, maybe 50 to 60, 70% of the Haskell concepts, so that then you can leverage these features in your application design. Similarly, the Cardano toolchain. I mean, if you think about it, it's not just Plutus which is coming in, but so many other things which come in, right? There are a lot of Cardano nodes, CLI, so many other components to the toolchain which you need to understand to be an efficient programmer. And then Plutus script, application design patterns, you should have worked on multiple projects, and you should also have seen multiple projects, right? So if you've gone through all these activities, then you're sort of mentally prepared to be a strong blockchain developer. Right? And it also means that you should know how things work on other blockchain protocols like Ethereum, because that's where 90% of the apps are being built. Right? So it's very important to have the comparison between, say, for example, Ethereum or other blockchain protocols and how things work on Cardano as well. So if you have all this knowledge, you're going to be a very strong developer, right? So with that, I sort of come to the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, or if you have time for questions, that'll be great.
Maybe. Right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, sure. I'll just do it to the audience. Does anyone have any questions to ask for? Guys, we have a whole bunch of questions to answer.
Okay, awesome. I hope I have the time.
No, that was perfect. Thank you very much. That was a great introduction to the basis of Ardana, and just to have an insight into the academic rigor behind the protocol is amazing. So thank you very much. If I can get a round of applause for Bharat, that'd be fantastic. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thanks, Bharat.
All right. Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Awesome. Alrighty, so just that was great to have Bharat just speak about that strong foundation when it comes to in regards to the staking mechanism. Personally, for me, the non-custodial nature of the staking for Cardano is extremely of interest, especially when it comes to the regulators. So the next guest is Sophie, Amat, co-founder of CryptoSense, a ecosystem enthusiast, researcher, workshop facilitator in money relationships and women's empowerment, microfinance. Is there anything you don't do? That's insane. Awesome. So yeah, please welcome Sophie to provide a fundamental analysis.
Can you hear me, everyone? I was told to make the presentation fun. So I'm going to start with bad news first.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's just see if I can manipulate this way here.
Let's do.
Who watches the news? We all do, don't we? So we might go into a little bit of that. Before I do that, however, I'll just give the disclaimer. I don't provide financial advice, so whatever you see, however you want to use it, it's entirely up to you. Just be polite about that. I'm not advising anyone. But if you want to take it as advice, that final piece down the bottom there, I know it sounds a little bit blasé to do this, but if you need an advisor, find someone who's competent in both crypto analysis and they're invested. It's very hard. I have run a few financial planning firms, and I've had people here in Perth tell me, you know what, we're not going to touch crypto, not in the foreseeable future. So I think you're going to be kind of like pushing the proverbial uphill. But this is a great opportunity at a summit like this. I really salute the team that have pulled this together and the Cardano Summit. So, I think it's just wonderful to have community events such as this. Well, this is our business crypto seat. So just to show you and prove that we are allocated, my business partner is also allocated in NFTs. I'm not yet, but I'm definitely in DeFi and all of the other cryptos. So let's start with some news. I don't read the Scotsman, but if you do just like general searches on the internet, then you find a whole bunch of information. So this one is about the ban in China about cryptocurrencies in general, making them illegal financial activities. I used to work for 20 years in the banking and finance sector, by the way, and I don't anymore, not in the legacy system. This is the financial services sector, in my opinion, of the future, and I'm very bullish on this particular sector. I'm bullish on other alternative assets as well, but that's why I put all my energy and efforts as best I can into this particular movement. I'm going to call it a movement today. I'm going to be very philosophical. Then the rise of crypto is disrupting economic and financial order. Oh my goodness, let's look back at the GFC. Do you know what I mean? We could say that that was a disruption to the economic and financial order of the day back then, breeding illegal and criminal activities. I mean, you get this narrative, don't you, in mainstream media. I don't mean to preach, but I'm just setting a context because, what goes around comes around. And this one here, look, it's not all about China, but just to look at the interrelationships globally, right, between markets. That's the point of this. Just to think about the interrelationship between markets. These are global markets that we're thinking of. So this is from CoinDesk. Who reads CoinDesk? Are you all over CoinDesk or various other free? I mean, everyone's got an opinion about it. You do whatever's for you. Make your own choices. But the thing here about this particular article is that it's talking about the illegality of offshore service providers providing services to Chinese residents. So, it's like the hooks are going outside of the geopolitical space of China to try and put due responsibility on external exchanges, for example, who are offering services to people in China, etc. Everyone's using VPNs in this, so don't believe it's just like completely blocked out. This little piece here, this is about Evergrande, okay? Nobody wants to talk about it, but let's just go there briefly. This is also affecting Cardano. So this is all about Cardano, all about cryptos, this news. I don't think it's bad news, I just think it is what it is, and we have to do something in terms of how we act and interact with the information. There's a nervousness, isn't there? There's a nervousness that is activated in high yield performing markets, right? I think so. I felt it. I said to my hey, that's enough of that. And then I went and had a look privately and I thought, yeah, we have to get the reality of the situation. We have such intertwined, intermeshed global economies. And so what happens, because we don't know where the commercial paper is, do we? We don't know where the debt of Evergrande is going. It can be anywhere in the world. Like, let's be honest. So they can't pay their bills. That has a knock-on effect externally. So it affects all crypto prices, including Cardano. That was my point of including it. Now, this one is very interesting. Everyone's talking about regulation in the markets. Is anyone following what's happening in America? Yes, no, great. Okay, this particular individual, no longer in that position of centralized, I guess, power in the way he was, former US Secretary, Treasury Secretary, thinks about the crypto markets in a deeply skeptical way. So you hear this narrative a lot. I'm just trying to bring it out into the open and say, well, you could actually put a mirror up to the legacy system. I mean, literally, you really could. And it says here, he says, well, if it's to be believed, this has been quoted correctly, that crypto suggests a desire for secrecy with respect to large financial sums. Now, let me ask you, does anyone know the financial cash flows of the inner workings of banks? I do. I used to work here. My best friend was the chief financial officer at the time. So, I mean, you don't know, do you? So these are kind of narratives that are leveraged against the crypto sector, but really, they also belong to the legacy sector as well. The fact of the matter that you can see, thanks to blockchain information, the transparency of transaction flow is what makes this, you know, a really easy target. So I think you've got to take some of this with a pinch of salt and not go down a rabbit hole of fear. You know, thinking about innocent people being ripped off, like seriously. Innocent people being ripped off. So my passion for fundamental analysis coming out of the financial services sector is to help people like ourselves. I put myself in the same situation. I had to upskill, right? So my analysis skills from the banking and finance sector was more about debt. This is different. But you can bring what you've got from your particular industry right here. If you've got an engineering background, if you've got a mortgage broking background, if you've got some background where you've had to buy a house or a particularly expensive piece of equipment for your business, then you have you've got what it takes to think these through, at least from an observer, investor point of view. Does that make sense, everyone? This isn't rocket science. It could be. Thanks to the previous speaker for being very technical about it. I don't go into that much depth, but I help people like us to have some understanding of how you can make a judgment call for yourself, right? Don't you want to make a judgment call for yourself about whether or not this is a position you want to take on a particular investment? So here's the good news, okay? So we've gone out of the bad news into the good news. So I think it is, you know, make of it what you will. So Article 1 of both International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights says the following. So you really need to get this, people in this sector, I think. All peoples have the right to self-determination, and by virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social and cultural development. This often gets overlooked. So, you know, permissionless financial services like this are part of our human rights. I don't know if you get that. I mean, I was an activist back at university, maybe you can see. I worked for government and I got myself rooted out because I just really couldn't handle the way that government was proposing to run the social welfare policies of Aotearoa New Zealand. So I had to leave. But I think that this is something we need to think about. You know, if we are in this space, we should be really, very, I think, confident. You know, you're going to get people telling you, and I've been told many times that I'm promoting scams and all the rest of it, but you've got to be really very confident and know for yourself what your information is based upon and have that confidence that you're using information, both primary and secondary information, that's going to help you make a decision. So I count that previous speaker as being primary information. I haven't met him personally, but he's somebody who showed his face and created on behalf of EMURGO, the Academy, you know, kind of undertakings to us. Not hiding behind a shroud. You see what I mean? Like, we're all human beings, we're social creatures. There's a sociability factor within the cryptocurrency community that you need to also weigh in on, right? Does that make sense? We are human beings. Like, we choose who we want to go on a date with, or we've got partners who we're partnered up with. You know, we're all making decisions about other human beings who we do business with. So this is the same thing. Nothing too difficult. Does this feel all right to everyone? Yeah, okay, great. So we know what the general crypto market influences are. They're over there on the right. The social philosophical influences. Look at Bitcoin, how it came about on the back of the GFC crisis in 2008, the collapse of Lehman Brothers. So therefore, it was about electronic payments. Electronic payments that didn't need an intermediary. So that's kind of like the philosophical basis for the entire cryptocurrency. I'm going to call it movement, just to be super simple, okay? And so that is behind Cardano as well, right? Cardano spawns out of that particular, event. Demand supply, competition. There's competition. Cardano's competition, right? It is evolving and innovating and creating use cases for its platform, which are incredibly bullish, and I'm going to show you why. non-crypto markets. I showed you a little bit before, a taste of how property market debt can potentially affect cryptocurrency markets, right? Just trying to put some very kind of basic threads together. Nothing too deep. Geopolitical regulations, a little bit of a taster with Larry Summers there before. So politics and regulation are there. In fact, who follows Mark Cuban? I know people tell me he's not particularly famous, but he's got a lot to say about NFTs. He's got a lot to say about various parts of the ecosystem. So I'm what's called agnostic. I'm fairly neutral. I think it's important if you want to be an investor sometimes to take a few steps back from the hype of I love this particular blockchain, I want to be all over it, and just be a little bit more objective about things. But anyway, Mark is very bullish on certain geopolitical regulatory environments, which when you look at them very clearly, and some of the big investment funds as well, they are there to suit a certain sector of the infrastructure, and it is the legacy system. If you look deep enough into the narrative, it's not the retailer, it's not people here in this room. Or if you're with an investment fund, well, I stand, to be corrected. But does that make sense? And I'm not anti-regulation per se, but I'm not pro-regulation as a way to resolve market challenges. No way. I think it's something that regulators have to earn respect for, and I think we need to vote with the way we invest and talk and who we elect, if there are actual choices at that point. So what I'm going to do today is just skirt over some secondary market leaderboard data. I've already done the first pieces, the market data. The market news. I've gone through a little bit of information. That was the bad news. And now this is all the good news coming through, I think. Well, okay, it's just neutral information, but it's going to show you, and you can make a decision for yourself when you think it's good. I find it pretty exciting. I think you can hear my voice is excited. And very interesting information about investor user participant searches, an unexpected piece of information that I found on CoinMarketCap. And CoinGecko is an equally amazing data provider. CoinGecko, do people use CoinGecko as well? Yep, absolutely. But I am going to be using CoinMarketCap today, and then we'll do some other comparisons from there. So this is a little bit old. It's 2 days old, this information. So you can see Cardano is in third position. This is just to give you a context where we are at the moment. All right, that's on the basis of market capitalization, which you can see 71 billion, which is price times the circulating supply. However, I think it's always good to look beneath and behind the numbers. To my way of thinking, this is a financial metric. It shows the value, if you will, for Cardano at its most holistic, all-encompassing level. It's one particular view. Okay, there are many views when you look at a network, at a project, at a blockchain, at a platform. Many views. This is one of them. Beside it is the volume, like it's the throughput of trades. So I guess we all know about what these numbers represent. If we don't, I mean, I think these aggregator sites, they've got a lot of good information that can help you, understand a little bit more in depth about it. So it's amazing because Cardano was not in the third position, right? In fact, I think about this time last year, it was under 10th. I could be wrong. I haven't been following it. So I really, because I've been coaching people who are very bullish on it, like, okay, I'm going to look at and do some analysis. So this is where I'm at. And thank you for recognising that, Chris and Blaine, for letting me come. I'm quite new to this particular project, but I really enjoy it. Now, has anyone seen this? It's called the trending data set on CMC. They've got quite a hive of interesting information, and this one is number 1. Can anyone understand what that's about? It's called trending. It's the top rank for crypto searches by everyday people. It's an interesting company. Look who's beside it. I haven't heard of X Hunter. I haven't heard of Loud Market. Has anyone else heard of those? What about the last one down there? Forever FOMO. Anyone heard of that? Oh, you have? The biggest part of this portfolio. So you can see that, that is a positive. I mean, whichever way you look at it, there's something happening around the Cardano chain, right? So we're going to go through 3 7-day charts. Okay, we're going to go through Cardano, then Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then come back to Cardano. So I want you to look at the 26th. All right, can you see the 26th? It's not there, but it's actually there. Okay. So we understand over the last 7 days, this is the last 7-day profile. Once again, this is off CMC, CoinMarketCap. And you can see, obviously, clearly, there has been, some massive price dips there. But I want you to just kind of keep your focus on the 25th, 26th there. This is Bitcoin. Is that Bitcoin? Yes. Same date. It's still at a floor. And this is Ethereum. So you've got to ask yourself, what's going on here? Why is it that the Cardano chain has actually, relative to the others, recovered or is in a process of recovery? So one thing this says to me, and I'm not using my own sense here, this is all up for grabs. What I say is not the Bible or anything. I'm not the expert. I'm just someone who's passionate about knowing stuff and thinking these things through critically. So one thing that comes to me is, why has Cardano disaggregated from Bitcoin and Ethereum? Traditionally, if you think about it, if you've been in these markets long enough, I see Leo shaking his head. You agree, right, Leo? Yeah, traditionally, when Bitcoin sneezed, there was a flu in the market, everything actually correlated. But there is an uncorrelation going on here. So this is very interesting for us to understand. So I think if this is something that you've got on your radar, you want to understand, Cardano is actually performing in a non-Bitcoin correlated, non-Ethereum correlated way on the basis of price, all right? Prices and everything, but it's helpful to give us a pointer and an indication of what's going on in the market. Does anybody know the reason for that? Because I don't. But I can see.
I think it's only because of the summit.
The summit.
It's down today.
Right, okay. Well, I think you've got onto something there. There's definitely a community support, community groundswell going on there. And I think that other chart there, I'd like to go to metrics as well, which is great. But I mean, Amat, I think you're onto a point there. It also has, and we're going to see more of these projects coming along later, it also has this stated vision, this stated intention to be a benefit to the broadest possible business community use possible, right? That's a stated intention. And you can see some of the major products that are coming online, or major partnerships coming online in Africa. Fantastic. And, a country, a nation state has said, we want to use your blockchain to help us, optimize the way that students are identified and credentialed. So this is a very big positive. So that's a direct fit, I think, with, okay, that was a little bit of an anomaly in that one too, but this is the one that I'm very excited about. Who's excited about having an investment framework? We all are, right? Even if you're not putting your hand up, I know you are. You're quietly nodding your head. So this isn't mine. I stole this. Who watches the Bankless duo? Sean Ryan Adams and David Hoffman. Okay, David's not very bullish on Cardano, but anyway, they had a very good guest there. They were speaking about something else, and I took that framework, because this is what you do. You borrow other people's information, and you use it, and you apply it. The reason why, because I think ARK Investment, Kathy Wood, and your team, Yassine, they offer stellar market information. They're very bullish on cryptocurrencies. So they're proving to you how you can use for yourself as a retail investor that framework to make good decisions for yourself. Now, that's not exactly written on a piece of paper. I just made notes. I'm very visual. I put a triangle together. They talked about building a foundation. What's at the foundation of the ARK investment framework? Network health and network fundamentals. So we've actually covered a few network fundamentals, all right? Then there are a few other things above it. So I'd just like you to hone in and focus. Everyone in the world can really do this kind of analysis. And I'm talking about a $400 billion investment fund that's managed out of New York. That's how big ARK investments are. But in the tradition of this amazing movement, they do share their information. Has anyone been to their website? You can download their investment thesis for Bitcoin, for GBTC. So you see, they're a fund who was offering out of the goodness of their heart, and most of their clients in the ETFs, in the out-of-traded funds, are retail. the institutions are not their major customer base. Now, isn't that incredible? Absolutely incredible. So they're giving away their IP for free, and I think that's good. I think everyone should do their best, if you can stomach that kind of information, to take a look at it. A little bit more good news. If you were hodling for a year, I'm a hodler. Any other hodlers here? Right. Okay, this is all about helping you make a decision to hodl. You always got to have an exit strategy. We're not talking exits today, but if you were hodling 12 months, 2,181% increase on Cardano. Quite nice, isn't it? Except you would have had to ride out, perhaps FOMO fun, right? Depending upon where you bought in, or whether you felt you needed to sell out when it was that dip back in May, end of May. All right. I know I talk too fast, but you can get it, can't you? I think the visuals show it all, right? So this is my Sophie made up crypto sense, kind of like, I guess, the main threads of what I think everyone should include in their fundamental analysis approach. How much depth you want to go in depends on you, depends on your capacity, your interest. And, if you have none, then come and see me. Be one of my clients. I would love to help. So, project information. That's pretty straightforward. You can get all this information, by the way, secondarily on YouTube videos, papers, white papers, documentation. Cardano has an extensive documentation network. So, anything you want to know, it's all online. They don't have a white paper, though. They have an essay, but it doesn't really matter. I think it's the same thing. It's stated in a little bit of a different way, rather than having a straight up, what do you call it, intention. It talks about the design principles. It talks about the engineering principles for the network. If you're an engineer, engineers in the room, I think you'd really get it, right? Okay, fantastic. So it's going to appeal. Financial metrics, we went over the market cap and volume, on-chain metrics. That part, the on-chain metrics, is going to show you the network health from a user point of view. So just trying to give you a little bit of clarity on what it all means. And then user community. Who thinks about how many users there are in the Cardano network? You can find that information rather quickly. Anyway, let's carry on. So we all know Charles Hoskinson, right? I didn't until about maybe 2 months ago. Really know, listening to the information, listening to his YouTube channel, it's a name. There are a lot of names in the space. But to get to know someone requires a little bit of effort. He's got this prolific YouTube channel. He talks a lot. People troll him, hate on him. But, the dude shows up. He's pretty consistent. Whether you like him or not is another thing. So the Cardano project spins from Ethereum. He was asked to leave. Who knows why? It was touted because he wanted to accept venture capital money to make a professional team of developers. Now, I actually think in this day and age that's not a bad thing, but the Ethereum chain felt that they wanted to continue with volunteerism and unpaid developers. So that's very much an open source, I think, approach. Not wrong, but different. So obviously they don't fit. Here's the project motivation for Cardano. You don't have to read it all, but except to say it's there. It's on the essay. Remember I said essay, not white paper? Yeah. Which is interesting. Changing the way that cryptocurrencies are designed and developed. So I think there is something about Cardano's meteoric rise to third position on the leaderboard. I think that has actually got a lot to do with it myself. And there's a lot of information that I have found that points that way. So just a few other things, separating out the accounting and computation into different layers, even just listening to the EMURGO Academy, what they are doing, hearing about Ouroboros. Wow, I didn't even know how to say that. Anyone else struggle with saying Ouroboros? I think it's a Greek word. It's like, wow, what is all of this? The fact that they employ in the IOHK entity, academics and developers that are peer reviewing, shows me that there's a very high degree of intentional effort being put into having a safe and secure network. So I think the last YouTube I was listening to by Charles Hoskinson, that's what he went on about. Actually, no, it was this morning. I was on at 4 o'clock. Yeah, so he was on talking about safety and security being a priority. the way that they're dealing with it. I like the one which is second to bottom, point for all of us, bringing stakeholders closer to the operations and maintenance of their cryptocurrency. So I see there's another Tezos Baker. Leo, that's you. So, there's stakeholding opportunities here. That brings everyday people closer to the operations, right, of the network. There's an invitation in, not only to actually purchase the native cryptocurrency, but also to stake your bag, point it to, delegate it to your address rather, use the correct language, to a staking pool operator, and then also receive cash flow. Does that make sense? So it's a very, I think, useful way to consider how you might want to participate. I say participate because if I use the word invest too much, then the disclaimer looks a little bit like she's not really meaning it. And then that final piece, this points to the DApps, right? This points to multiple assets being able to use in the ledger. So that's that whole ecosystem of development. I'm not going to go into all of that, except that you will find this interesting kind of conglomerate of names. Byron Shelley, I know Byron Shelley, I mean, all the rest of them didn't really know, doesn't matter. They are names, symbols for the development, right? The development roadmap. So that's what it is. You can find that on the Cardano paperwork. It's the development roadmap, and you can tick off what's been done or what is in track. Now, this is very necessary, is it not, to know from a project information point of view. Remember I had the 4 things, project information, number 1. So you can tick off the first 3. They are happening and have happened. So decentralization, I think that was the problem that David Hoffman from Bankless had. They are not decentralized, they are a scam. Well, look, I think sometimes timing comes into it. I've known kind of this with David Hoffman, but, timing comes into it. With the running of time, these things do happen, and it's when they happen, and you know that you're with. I'm running over a couple minutes. Okay, let's just skip through here. They have open source code, so you can find that open source code in GitHub, right? And what's the issue with this? It's because you can go and verify for yourself. If you're a retail investor, you're not using an advisor, then you want to have confidence for yourself. That's the point of me digging this deep. Right? You don't have to dig the step. Oh, actually, that was Sentiment. So Sentiment are a third-party company, and this is what they do professionally. They look at developer activity, they provide a whole range of fundamental analysis information. These are all of the researchers on their team. So you can have confidence, can't you? IOHK, these are all the researchers on their team. That was a Twitter tweet the other day. This one, I just want to maybe close out here. Staking pools. If you're into staking pools and you want to know about that, there's a staking pool explorer, adapools.org/groups. This tells you how the staking pools are run, who's holding what size of a bag. You can see there on the left, sorry, my right, your left, Binance is holding the largest proportion of ADA. Well, they're registered as Binance, but they've obviously clearly got their customers who are delegating to them. And that's interesting. So it shows you that there is a fair distribution. The one on the right here, over here, this one, single pool operators. That's people like maybe Leo and everybody else, who's a more small operator, right? So that's great. It does show to me, and I'm just going to say it in this way and close out on this, decentralization. If you care about decentralization, if you care about being with a network that really is able to be permissionless, carry on its work without the interference, the unnecessary interference of the centralized authority, these are kind of important metrics to understand. So I'm just going to skip through to my conclusions. I have a page of conclusions. Here, actually use a community. I proved that point as well. There's a ton of people in the world who are interested in the Cardano network. Okay, you can go and do that research. You can get onto Twitter, Telegram, all the rest of them. So here are my conclusions. My conclusions are Cardano is delivering on its roadmap to date. I think it offers a very positive sense of a long-term future that will be supported both by the developers and also, I think, the community. And if we see businesses like the ones we're going to be talking about later continuing to use that this particular network, I think it only goes to bolster and to strengthen this particular network. I think the summit You know, Amat, I think the summit is also helping. I mean, it's free, it's global, it's like massive. There's like this story about Cardano online. So that's wonderful. And I feel it is strong financial metrics. Well, thank you for your time.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Sophie. That was an incredible analysis, especially to keep an eye on the FUD out there and the news. But yeah, like when it comes to Cardano, the DeFi projects that are underway are world-changing stuff. And yeah, when it comes to the big money, you know, we've all got our phones. We all get notifications when big stuff happens, but a lot of the big money that causes the booms and the crashes is a bit slower. Like, you know, you'll have a giant hack of a protocol, and meanwhile the price is going up. I'd love to keep my money there. But yeah, with Cardano, the rubber hits the road scenario is very much happening right now. And one of the real awesome DeFi projects is Empowa. So Empowa provides housing to African nations, and it's an NFT based DeFi platform. And we have one of the co-founders here to speak to us remotely. Unfortunately, one of the guys couldn't make it in person, but we have Glen coming in remotely to give us an introduction to Empowa and all the awesome stuff that they've been up to. Hello, Glen.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Very good, thank you.
Awesome.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for so short notice. Much appreciated, and very keen to hear what's going
No
on.
problem at all.
Thank you. And the note to you.
Great, thanks. Thank you for your time, and nice to be here. So for today, I wanted to actually just introduce really the journey that we've taken on Cardano. To describe that a little bit, because I thought that might be interesting if there's a diverse audience, a mixed audience of, you know, some who've had experience, some who haven't, to understand really how the process is designed to work and how it has worked in our case. I think it might be quite useful. So let me share my screen and I'll take you through. Let me find my presentation. Give me 1 second. Can you see my screen? Can you see that? Hello? Hello, can everybody see me? Hello? Gone silent.
Say now, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. I can hear you now.
We can hear you, so carry on. Happy days.
Okay, good stuff. Oh, let me get back there. So you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, all good.
Okay, great. So, you know, a lot of time people talk about crypto as a technology looking for applications and as a money-making mechanism, and a lot of the crypto applications are supporting other crypto applications and effectively developing solutions that are crypto-based. And as was outlined in the introduction, we're a RealFi application. And I came to Cardano by looking for a solution for a real world problem. Empowa is a platform to enable African communities to improve living conditions and create wealth. What does that mean exactly? I'll describe in a little bit more detail, but how I came to come into Cardano just in January of this year. So I'm a complete crypto and Cardano noob. I had no experience in this space. I'd been watching it and obviously open to the press and what had been happening, but it was really in looking for a solution for the challenge that I'd been working in. And some time back, I'd been approached by a Dutch asset manager to look at how to create pensions for people who weren't formally employed. So the vast majority of the developing world, and in this case, let's talk about Africa particularly, the vast majority of the developing world of Africa don't have formal employment, therefore cannot have deductions, therefore don't have pensions. And it is one of the reasons that Africa still has the huge growth in population, has the youngest population as well. So there is significant pressure on the population because there's no pensions, because children become the pension. So in looking at that, realized the fundamental question of that actually was not pensions, but it's about wealth. How do we create wealth? And I was running a fintech business because I'm a Zimbabwean by birth, and I was running a fintech in Cape Town, and we were looking at this problem, how to solve this problem. How do we create wealth? It's the fundamental challenge that we've got, but particularly how do we create pensions? How do we create long-term wealth for people who can't really afford to survive today? And it was while looking at that that I realized that property is a fundamental building block for most people, the wealth building block, I mean. So property is really the basis on which most of us, most of the middle class around the world, most of the first world and developed world develop their value and develop some form of wealth over and above their pensions. So, but in looking at property in Africa, there's a number of problems, and the most challenging of which is the political scene generally. Because what that does is, as soon as you have a property project, it's long term. So therefore it's unattractive because there's continent risk. Africa. Am I going to invest in a property development in Lagos or in Berlin? If I give you the choice, most people immediately go straight for Berlin because of the risk, perceived risk in Lagos. So we have continent risk, country risk, currency risk, and project risk, which means that as soon as you start talking about cost of capital, it's massive. So literally, when I say massive, a mortgage rate in Zimbabwe is 45%, to give you an example. So, and literally the average mortgage rate is above 20% throughout Africa. So we were looking for a solution that appears impossible, because the solution needs to be attractive to funders, not extractive from the funded, so in other words, not charge 25% interest rates, be liquid, so in other words, tradable, it's not tied up for 20 years, rewards value and not just return. And I think this is one of the key issues. There is a backlog of 50 million homes in Africa. Now, 84% of Africans still don't have a permanent roof over their heads. Now, if we start to build just 100,000 houses a year, it'll take 500 years to catch up the backlog. That's not taking into account the growth that's happening. So if we begin to address the size of this challenge and we start to actually build solutions and build housing, we're going to create an environmental problem. So we have to look at more than just the financial aspects and the building aspects. And all of that together created this challenge that looked unsolvable. And in January of this year, somebody said to me, have you had a look at Cardano? And it was really interesting. So I said, no, I didn't know it. And I started to look into it. And I discovered the Cardano forum, which is just a forum for chat, just for people to put out problems. And I put out my challenge. I had no idea how to enter the space. I put my hand up. I said, I'm a complete noob. I've got no idea. This is my challenge. This is what I'm looking for. A, do you think this is the environment that we could find a solution? And B, is there a mechanism by which we could do it? So one of the people who reached out to respond to me was Phil Lewis from Perth. And I had to overcome an innate prejudice because he's a Western Force supporter. So once I got through that, and we managed to clear the lines of communication, and we started to get things, and we started to discuss this in more detail. And together we developed a white paper. And we sent that white paper out, and we put that white paper out to as many people as we could, and we got feedback and responses. And it started to really appear that this technology offered us a real solution to our challenges. So this was fantastic, great. Now we're starting to find mechanism to get to a solution. How do we get to a solution? So what we did was we applied to Catalyst. Now, for those of you who don't know, Catalyst is the Treasury supported initiative by Cardano, whereby they support initiatives such as this, so concepts. So it's a community voted for process. So you put your project forward, and the community looks at it and votes on it and gives feedback and criticisms and hones it. And we were lucky enough to be funded through that process. So we applied for $60,000 worth of funding, and we secured that. And the objective of that was, because we're RealFi, we had to prove to both sides of the equation that we could deliver. So we had to prove to the crypto community, who often don't believe in the real world, and to the real world that what was going on in crypto both could achieve what we're seeking to achieve. So the project that we put in was to build homes in Mozambique, to build the first 3 eco-friendly homes in Mozambique. So we wanted to prove to the crypto community that working through partners, we could deliver housing on the ground, affordable housing on the ground. And we wanted to prove that we could develop and deliver NFTs. So as part of that process now, where we are is the houses are at window height. And the first founding community NFTs, have been released for sale. So we haven't gone onto a market, a big marketing campaign as yet, but we've put that out there. And on the 4th of October, we're taking the next step for fundraising, which is UN World Habitat Day. We're launching an ISPO. Now, an ISPO is a fundraising mechanism whereby, as was mentioned in the previous presenter, the ability exists to stake your ADA, but instead of the rewards coming in ADA, we can issue them in EMP tokens. So we utilize the ADA for the development of the platform, and we get a broader community that has a share in the token and therefore a share in the rewards that hopefully will come from the successful delivery of this platform. On the 1st of November, we're hoping to announce the delivery of the first Cardano-supported eco-friendly homes at COP26. That's all going according to plan. We should be able to do that. And then after that, we will be going with a public token sale. So that's been our journey. It's been a fantastic journey, to be honest. The feedback that we've got from the community, the input that we've got, the team that we've been managed to put together, from just putting it out there, putting it out the selection. Blaine, you know. Phil, you may know. They're just 2 of our fantastic team members that have put their hands up and said, this to me sounds like a project I'd like to get involved in. I'm prepared to take that risk. Let's see how we can contribute. And we've managed to really build this project to where it is today through a remote community. This was started in the middle of lockdown. We had lockdown. I live in the Netherlands. We had lockdown, and we still managed to achieve all of this through the community and through the process. And we are really excited about the potential that this technology has to solve these real world problems. Just to give you some pictures of where we are, on your right hand side, you can see the job creation, because building creates jobs. So the impact of what we're doing beyond just the housing, the security, the improvement of this process is vast. So it is amazing. It's estimated that 5 jobs are created for every house that is built. So it's a fantastic job creation that you can see there on your right-hand side. In the middle is one of our customers, because we're doing a lease to buy option as opposed to a mortgage. So the opportunity is there for women and for women empowerment and safety. And it's an absolutely brilliant impact on their lives, on her life. And then on the left, you can see the house being built. And on the bottom left-hand corner is the NFT canvas. And that's the opportunity where people are founding communities. So we put it out to 1,000 founding members to be able to be part of this journey, to be able to join us for the long journey that we've got ahead, that we're anticipating to provide this solution. So that's me in a nutshell, and our journey down the Cardano processes and through the Cardano mechanisms, which we have found to really work, and the community has been absolutely fantastic. For us, who are involved and passionate about Africa and about developing Africa and the opportunities in Africa, it's been refreshing to have an entire community that supports that process. But also the reason we chose Cardano over and above the African focus was, as outlined earlier, we really appreciated the academic rigor, the ability for us to be able to develop what we sought to develop, and of course the cost structures, the ability to do this at a cost-effective manner. So that's us.
Impressive stuff. Thank you very, very much, especially on short notice. So yeah, that's the beauty of Cardano, is this RealFi space where the technology has evolved to the point now where it's really at the point where the rubber's hitting the road. We're making some real world change. Speaking of which, this is an opportunity to help spread the message not only of Cardano but healthy environment at the same time. You'll see a couple of these around the traps. If you donate 1 ADA, that's 1 tree planted, and you also get a Veritree token as a reward. This is part of a challenge that Cardano is putting out there throughout the summit to see what the Cardano community can achieve in terms of that real world change. Helps make a statement. So please, if anyone wants to get involved, please scan that code and get involved about the missions. And the next speaker that we have is Keith Nissanka from Sandstone Stake Pool. So stake pool operation is something that is of interest to a lot of people because it helps secure the network. You can also make passive income at the same time. The ISPO that was mentioned by Glen, that whole setup in terms of being able to use the native tokens that Cardano can work with in order to raise capital for projects is a fantastic thing. So if I could get Keith and Nissanka up here to have a chat about stake pool operations. Come on over.
Does that work for
Yeah, I'll bring it. Yes, that works for us.
All right, round of applause for Keith, please.
1 second.
Good everybody, how's everyone doing? Yeah,
Good.
okay, probably I'm loud enough without this. Okay, so just a quick correction on that. So I'm from Power Stake Pool. I think we've got Sand Stake Pool talking a little bit later. But thank you, close enough. Yeah, it's Australia, definitely famous for sand, so I guess all that worked well. Okay, so now I'm gonna, so rather than me talk about my stake pool, I thought I'll make a more interactive section. So there might be people who are into Cardano already or blockchain space, but I thought if I can make it more interactive and probably those who are new to the space could learn something new about it as viewers. Sorry about that. Okay, so just to start with, today is a very exciting day for us because we've never had a Cardano summit locally. We've been always in the virtual space watching things, and today is extremely exciting to be here. And I just want to thank all the great team who put together this event for us to come together and network and do all that stuff. Okay, so. All right, so who's holding ADA or who's been with ADA for some time? Pretty much everyone. Okay, so who's holding ADA on the exchanges? We got a few. There's a bit of work to do there. Okay, excellent. All right, so who's staking right now? Who's in the staking game? Probably I got.
Got some work to do, bro.
But probably look down there's probably nothing to do, everyone's taking pretty much. Okay, well, I'm going to assume there's some who probably want to dip into this information, so I'm going to go through. It's you bringing everyone else on the same page. Okay.
Yeah, hold on, it's not. While this is loading, if you guys are thirsty, there's some drinks there that you can just help yourself to as well. Yeah, so don't be shy. If you're thirsty, help yourself. This might be a good time to actually have a go up and get a drink. Stretch the legs.
Okay, that sounds good.
Are you going to talk about pledges and things like that?
Yeah,
Because I'm not staking. I'm not staking at all. But I've just been. No,
there you go.
I have been launching so many other projects.
You're not on your own wallet.
Oh my god, I'm in so many places.
That's all right. This is all
No, but I'm
about.
on a non-custodian, but I mean, I get it. I'm on a non-custodian with a hardware while I've got everything.
That's why we're here, right? That's why these guys put together this event, so we can talk about names. Hey man, don't worry about it.
But it is a little bit complex, you know, because I was trying to work it out like last week. I'm like, how does this go? I'm not that dumb, but tell me, how does the pledge work? What are the lifetime returns?
I'll help you out.
Really, I would like to know that. Because I mean, they're quite in staking pools, don't they? What the lifetime returns are.
It could be.
Oh my goodness.
It can be challenging. Too much information. So I'm trying to make it simple for everyone today.
Yeah, I mean, I love information. I just love it. I like to know. Yeah.
You got it.
Cool. That's good. Yeah.
Wanna grab something?
I just had a whole lot of water.
I actually made it on PowerPoint. I should still just work fine on the
Here's because I don't have Microsoft.
All right, got it.
I'll try it one more time. If worst case, we can do this, and then just
Oh yeah, that's pretty good, man. Honestly, that's good enough.
yeah. So I'll
That's
try to
good.
load that, and when everyone comes.
Because I've got the notes on this not much. So that's plenty.
And it's funny when you kind of actually do the event, all the little tiny things that you don't really consider in the lead up to it, like for me, like there's so many. Oh, well, live and you learn, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, it's not a big deal, to be honest. Yeah. Everyone's here to learn. My daughter's being loud. My daughter's being loud. Didn't really want to leave her. Just wanted to bring her to the first summit.
Yeah, well,
It could get bigger and bigger moving forward. So
the first summit.
yeah.
Well, everyone's first summit.
Everyone's first time. I've just been on the event all the time watching stuff.
Yeah. Oh, well, when we saw that her name's Ada, we have to make sure she can come here.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. We've been pretty deep into it. We've been pretty much following it since 2017.
Yeah.
So when everyone pretty much was frustrated about Ada,
Yeah, you guys met.
yeah, because we were on the beta testnets testing stuff. We pretty much saw the potential years ahead of the game. It was a broken piece of work back the day, but we knew it can be fixed. It's going to be a big deal. And here we are, a few years later.
Yeah, well,
When did you get into?
I've been following Cardano since early 2018. So pretty much
Right after the bull run.
right after the bull run, I kind of started exploring,
Yeah.
and then I really kind of like the ethos of Cardano. Like I'm quite interested in social impact projects and environment, like changing the world is something that's quite interesting to me, and that's very. Yeah, we might have to go plan B. Is
Man,
that all
that's
right?
cool, man. Don't worry about it. Just go with the.
It's strange because it worked for this one, and Sophie's, but it hasn't worked for yours for some. Oh, hold up.
Well, there's no other way to read it.
Slides. Hold on, I think I opened it in the wrong thing.
There's nothing complex in there, so it should be just.
This should work.
How are we doing?
Oh, we're just getting the slides onto the thing, so yeah, I wasn't too sure what I just put together on Microsoft, so
Everyone's probably appreciates a bit of a stretch for
yeah,
legs.
I know. So it was a bit of lots of technical stuff, I guess. I was like,
Yeah, it's more just not a lot of time to plan.
it's getting good.
Crossing the fingers.
We'll get there. We'll get there. It's thinking.
If it fails, we'll just start and I'll just do that basic version of it.
No, that's good. That's good enough.
Yeah, it's not working.
Alright, cool. We've got time now, so settle for a drink. There's duplicate slide, so you can skip the first one. I've got the thingy.
So the thing won't work to that remote's not going to work, so I just have to change the slides.
Okay, that's right. Save.
Yeah.
There should be another.
You get a PDF version of it?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Otherwise, that's what they see, which is all right.
Look, that's fine. We'll stick with the normal break, I guess. Now, so. Yeah, I guess 10 minutes of break. Yeah.
So if you go 10 minutes and another bloke goes 15 minutes, 15 minutes, then we'll break.
Yeah, probably 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Cool. Perfect. Let's go.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Awesome. Alrighty. Hello, hello. Alright, if everyone just wants to get settled, we will continue with the presentation on how
Let's go ship it.
Everyone settle down. Yeah, sorry about that. So just a little technical glitch we got through it. There's always plan B. Right, so as I said, we're just going to make the session very interactive, right? So I think you guys been through quite a bit of technical stuff from the beginning, lots of words thrown around from SPOs to staking, the rewards and delegation mechanism, etc. So we're going to do more interactives, find out who knows all about all these terms, right? So who knows what SPO is? What does it stand for? Stake cooperator. Okay, so well, we have a different take on stake cooperators, right? So every 10 years or so, these new sort of jobs created, and pretty much the legacy sort of jobs fades away. If you look at mail sorters today, we know a lot of the big companies sort of replacing those manual handling jobs, right? Today we talk about probably more jobs in AI, autonomous cars, even drone taxis, right? So in my personal opinion, SPO is sort of an underrated job where we're a new sort of breed of jobs where we're helping delegators, which is the word I'm going to get to you guys in a minute, to earn rewards in blockchain space, okay? So what do we actually do? So it's pretty much, I'm going to go to the next slide. Okay, so we essentially, it's usually a nerdy guy sits in front of a computer or a couple of servers trying to help delegators to earn rewards, right? So that's probably the simplest way to say it. So what we are is we're a group of stake cooperators spread across the world. Cardano itself got 2,800 plus stake pools running on the net at the moment. We set up servers, the necessary softwares to verify transactions. When we do that, the blockchain rewards us with rewards, which is paid in ADA, which is the native cryptocurrency of Cardano. And then we distribute those rewards back to delegators who are delegating with their stake pool. Okay, so I mentioned stake pool delegation. So I'm going to get to this the term delegation. So who's delegating the system? What do they do? Who's delegating the system? Can it somebody? Someone's got experience with it? Yeah.
Someone who stakes their own to help secure the network.
That's a great term. That's a bit way ahead of the game. So a delegator is essentially anyone who holds ADA in the Cardano. You've got ADA in your wallet. You're pretty much, you can be a delegator. But at the moment, we've got about 70+% delegators delegating with pools. There's quite a bit floating around who are not delegating with a stake pool, right? So what that means is essentially you had opportunity to earn rewards in the ecosystem and you are missing out. So that's why we've come out sort of educating people to stake with a stake pool and pretty much claim your rewards in the network, right? Okay, so just going to go to the next section. So how does it work? So pretty much that little diagram would explain it. So we sit in, now you may ask, why can't anyone be a stake pool operator? What's stopping you being a stake pool operator? So there's various reasons. People have time limitations. People have sorry. So the time limitations or the knowledge to maintain those servers. So what delegators would do, you would pick a stake pool operators and essentially give them the rights to earn rewards for you on behalf. Right. So this is where the stake pool operators like ourselves and many other 2,000+ operators in the network help you guys. Okay, so what are the risks doing that? So some of the people I talk to when I say why you're not staking, they say, what's the risk? Why should I do it? Can I lose my cryptocurrency? The answer is no. If you already have your ADA in a wallet, pretty much it's only a couple of clicks away. You can start earning rewards, right? Almost zero risk. Now the only thing I want to emphasize is this space is fairly new. There's a lot of bad actors in the space where if you don't maintain your seed phrases or private keys, you heard that term before, safely, you could get into loss of funds. So that's something I want to emphasize. But however, if you're already into it, you already got stake ADA in your wallet, it's a fairly simple process. Okay, so that's we're going to talk a little bit about us, how we got here, how we joined Cardano. I think we all got some story behind it. So we sort of found Cardano in 2017, so late 2017. That's the previous bull run of crypto. I think it's fair to say we found Charles Hoskinson, who's the CEO of IOG, and he's a man with a lot of passion for this space. He's a man who wants to change the world, the legacy systems. So we sort of started listening to most of his talks, just like some of them mentioned on YouTube, a lot of them are on YouTube. We started sort of resonating, and we really started liking the underpinning philosophy of Cardano and the aspects of decentralization, aspects of not having to relying on a third party to do everything. So that doesn't necessarily mean cryptocurrency. That could be a identity solution that you don't have to rely on a certain bank or a certain institute to release your identity to a third party. So, and we talked about DeFi. So, you know, you're talking about taking a loan almost instantaneously with a certain collateral with DeFi space right now, and there's a lot more use cases. Right? So we really love the decentralization aspect of Cardano and the vision in particular. Now, probably the most outstanding aspect would be the accessibility, right? So we talk about, I was born in a third world country where I know the systems, a lot of us probably have experience, right? So in the developed world, the systems are fairly okay. You could get a loan or spend your money fairly quickly, but if you move into a more third world country, there's a lot of complexity involved in that. So we, as Cardano's movement is to make economic accessibility for Africa and many other developing nations. So all these are part of that vision. We started resonating, and we read a lot about it, gone through reading white papers to listening to lots of tech details, and I was lucky enough to join early sort of testing program on testnets on Cardano and sort of move forward, right? And to tell you the truth, we got to a point we got in too deep that my daughter was born in 2019, and I named her Ada. As a family, we named her Ada because we believe in the ecosystem so much, and we wanted her to be the next generation of Cardano fans, essentially. So we kind of the old fans, to be honest. So my daughter, no doubt, she's just 2 years old. You probably heard her. The reason why she's not here, she talks a lot. So if I give that microphone, we would finish in 15 minutes. I'm probably going to break the blockchain, to be honest. So anyway, so that's how depth we gone into this one. We truly believed in it. So then obviously the stake pool operations come along, and people are like, how do you be part of this operation, right? Hopefully so the way how we add value to the network is by participating as SPO, stake pool operators. We just essentially like little shops sitting down waiting for the delegators to come and collect reports. They will stake with us, right? So just to give you a lot of people, essentially I'm making this statement based on the questions people usually ask. So a question that I get asked, what's your qualification? What do you need to be SPO? So not a whole lot. If you have a fairly good enough IT background, you could be SPO. So I myself work as an electronics and comms engineer over a decade. So I was fortunate enough to I worked in sort of IT space a little bit, and then had those pre-qualifications to be SPO to provide that service. So as I said, last month I quit my 9-to-5 job or 8-to-4 job to be a full-time SPO, which I worked over 8 years for a tech giant. So a lot of people said I'm silly, quitting a job that I had a great career and built so much reputation in that space. But I said, no, I believe in a new change. I believe in these new jobs that's created, and I've taken that challenge and I'm right here. And in fact, when I saw these guys do the summit, I was more excited than ever, because for the last couple of years we never saw something locally happening. Now we got. When I started, literally, I had no one to talk to except my wife. Right? So now I got people like my workmates. When I left, pretty much 90% Cardano converted. So that's the step, right? So it's not about pushing cryptocurrency or selling cryptocurrency. It's about a revolution. It's about a change, and it's also about how you can get involved, right? So people ask, okay, well, why should I get involved, right? I guess the straightforward answer is it's money, right? So a lot of people come here for rewards, but believe it or not, a lot of people stick around after that because they get into the ecosystem. They discover these brilliant minds in this space. They discover people like Empowa earlier, people who are finding blockchain solutions to move away from legacy systems, right? So you work with these great people, and a lot of people discover you've got voting rights on Cardano when you hold ADA. Like the catalyst that they were talking about. So essentially, to be selected, to be funded on Catalyst, as an ADA holder, you have the rights to vote for these projects. You can choose and shape the values of Cardano. So it's a lot more involved than just receiving reports, right? So just to put things in perspective, it's usually around average 5%, which is way much better than what Australian fixed deposits would pay right now. It's probably around 0.5%. So a lot of people moving into this space, trying to earn a dollar, but you also discover massive opportunity, massive ecosystem, a lot of bright minds. Okay, so that's a little bit about, and I'm just going to quickly go through. So we operate on the by the ticker Power. We do run 2 stake pools. There's a lot of controversy around having more than one stake pool in the space. we started with one stake pool. The reason why we started the second one, because I always had my daughter in my mind, because I always wanted her to be SPO, or someone in that space who could do these new jobs. And to be honest, when we started early days, there were only like literally 100 pools, right? Now we talk about thousands of pools. Competition's gone from here on exponential curve. She would make speech. Exponential curve, right? So I as a father, I recognize the space is getting extremely competitive, and I wanted to nurture a second pool for her so she could carry on and sort of take the legacy forward. Hence why we got 2 pools. Okay, so at the moment, let's talk a little bit about the whole hardware setup. So we started with more a home-based sort of, run your own rig at home sort of setup, and since then we moved on to a more hybrid system where we got a cloud system as well as a more local nodes. We got nodes in Finland, Germany, and Watanabe at home, and a few other private nodes to give you the best uptime possible. Generally, uptime converts into the best possible rewards, because you miss a block, you essentially lose rewards for your delegates. So that's for the tech-savvy mind to think about what our hybrid system is. We currently serve all about 8,000 delegators. So I started with myself, creating myself 2 wallets and delegating to myself. And we've gone from there to picking up about 8,000 delegators in the system. And we truly, genuinely appreciative of the trust that people put in ourselves, because we, probably another controversial topic, we feel like the new generation of banks, essentially, people come to you to collect real rewards, and they're tangible. So that's the story pretty much behind us. We wanted to come out and say we're in the community, and it's not just about me bringing up my pool to everyone sort of showcase. It's all about standing up for every other stakeholder operator who's doing their best to sort of decentralize this network. Every new stakeholder operator added to the network, essentially further decentralizing the whole network, right? So I'm here to say, if you're a delegator, that's fine. And if you want to start your own stakepool and you want to run it locally and you need help, I'm always here to help. You could, absolutely. I see 2 hands.
I do have one.
Okay, excellent.
And the last 5 months I didn't need any block.
Right, okay, okay, we can talk about it. So you're probably having a fairly low stake in the pool too.
I tried with 20, 20K, 10K, 5K, everyone have different ideas.
Okay. Look, there could be a whole bunch of reasons. So the Ouroboros is generally, you would eventually get a block if you do stake long enough, if you run your pool long enough. But there could be other technical reasons behind it why you may have had a scheduled block and you missed it. So maybe we can chat offline and probably talk about it. I can probably show you how to look it up and see if you actually missed a block that was scheduled to be mined. But for 20K, you could get lucky to get a block fairly quickly, based on looking at some of the other pools. Right. That's great. Okay, so we'll hop to the next. Pretty much, I'm done. So if you guys have questions, whether that's about staking, whether that's about the little QR code out there, if you guys want to look us up. So as I say, I started as a SPO. So SPO itself is adding value to the network. We as a group of SPOs, we move billions of dollars every day for a remarkably cheaper value. So that's a mammoth task itself. But also there's a lot to explore. So like you probably heard the term NFT getting thrown around. So we look at the NFT space as well, see what we could differently, or can we bring something that someone hasn't brought to the space, and also things like, if you guys haven't heard of we talk a lot about Africa because the Cardano, the focus on Cardano has always been on Africa. So new projects like World Mobile Token, which IOD has a stake in, sort of trying to connect the unconnected people on the African continent to provide digital language. So there's a lot that we're trying to get involved and do it. So we start from Cardano, sort of moving in the same ecosystem, trying to offer something new and create some value in the space. So if you are scored, then you're definitely going to get a link pretty much all the services we're trying to do. And also, if you're a delegator, a lot of people scared to ask, right? That's something I find a lot of people like, and I held on to this ADA for 1 year, I didn't stake it. Guess what? You lost a lot of reward in that space. That's fine, because people are hesitant to ask. And I'm not sure what some people get shy to ask, make money, but if you want to get help with dedicating, we do sort of even do provide phone calls to video chats just to help you get on board with the staking process. We've got a Telegram channel open up. That's for pretty much the tech stuff. You got a question about rewards, why my rewards are there, or when I'm going to get my rewards, that sort of questions. So we pretty much, as I said, I'm a full-time SPO now, so I'm pretty much on the phone, ready to go for the people who want to come on board. Thank you very much. Pretty much that's all I've got to say for today, and it's wonderful to meet all the beautiful people that's come across to see us. Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers, Keith. Yeah, staking is like the backbone of the proof of stake network. There's, in the proof of work protocol, a 51% attack is the term that's thrown around, even in a proof of stake protocol. So basically, if someone was to get majority share of the network, they can basically create invalid blocks and completely ruin the network. So luckily, Cardano is extremely secure when it comes to their proof of stake methodology. And also, I touched on it before, but that non-custodial nature of staking in Cardano is extremely important, because while you're staking your ADA in your wallet, it doesn't stop you from spending it. You're not tucking it away for a certain amount of time. If the market starts crashing, you can sell your coins. You don't have to just watch it while the market crashes, waiting for you to be able to sell your coins. It's there, it's liquid, you can use it straight away. So yeah, when it comes to staking as well and stake pool operation, it's a good platform for promoting causes that you are behind. You basically get to market your own little company. You can use that as a platform to promote any kind of environmental or social platform that you follow. And to me, that's a big thing. I'm very much a philosophical, grand scheme, real world use cases kind of person. And that is why I am behind Cardano, because there is so much that blockchain technology can change and make the world a better place. And yeah, the stake pool operation side of things is a great platform to be able to not only secure the network, but to make some real change. So the next guest we have is Michael Fazio, who is from the aforementioned stake pool that I incorrectly said, from Sandstone stake pool. So yeah, if I can get Michael up to have his little chat about stake pool operation. Round of applause.
So admittedly, I kind of worked on this presentation very much last minute. I haven't even had a chance to go through it, so you guys are my test bench. And I'll try to get through it pretty quickly. Thank you to Keith for preceding me. He's actually filled in a lot of the gaps for me that I chose not to mention. So that was a really good lead-in. So I'm Michael Fazio, and as the slide suggests, I am the owner operator of Sandstone Stake Pool on the Cardano network, and pretty honoured to speak here today. Thank you for inviting me, and really well done organising at such short notice, because I know you guys have been working really hard. I've been watching you on Telegram and getting this thing organised. It looked like a lot of work. I actually felt quite guilty not participating more. I've structured this presentation a bit as like a behind the scenes. Look at Sandstone pool, what we do, how we do it, but also kind of like an informational session. For those of you thinking of potentially starting your own stake pool. So actually, before we start, who here already runs a stake pool, whether it's on Cardano network or not? There's another one, so two. And are any of you thinking about running a stake pool? You are? Okay, so this might help you out a little bit. All right. No clicking.
Cookie. That's strange.
Now, okay. So this is the agenda. I'm going to have to follow on my own notes. Cool. Yeah. So the agenda. I'm going to start with a bit of an introduction about myself, my background, and how I sort of got into this business of operating as a stake pool. I'm then going to just briefly talk, generally about some of the things maybe you should think about if you're looking at starting a stake pool, things to consider, and this might influence your decision on whether or not you actually do start a stake pool, but more so if you do start a stake pool, how you go about actually doing it, because there's a lot of choices that you can make depending on your circumstances. Then we're going to take a bit of a peek behind the scenes of what pool operations looks like, at least for my pool, and that's going to be a little bit more technical. So if you start to fall asleep, I'm sorry. But I'm going to show you how I approach the task, and you might be able to see how I approach the task is potentially different how you would, and it's purely based on my circumstances and the decisions I made to sort of support my life, my other ambitions in life and everything as well. And it's also going to focus mostly on the high availability aspect of running a pool that's constantly up and making blocks, which I think is the most important thing. Someone briefly spoke about security before, and because of the non-custodial nature of staking delegations with Ardana, security really it's probably most important for the stake pool operator rather than the delegators, because as most of you know, if a pool were to be compromised, your stake is still 100% safe. No one can steal it, right? But when I talk about security, it's about making sure that my capability asset in my stake pool remains up and running all the time as much as possible. Because if that were to not be the case, then I lose reputation, then I lose delegators, then I lose income. That's absolutely what I'm trying to do. That's security. And lastly, I'm going to just talk quickly on marketing and administration and why it's important. It's also a lesson that I kind of have learned. And I'm going to wrap it up, and if there's time, we'll take some questions as well. So, two things. So as I mentioned, my name is Fazio. I'm a dad and husband. This is my family, taken a few weeks ago in the Swan Valley. My wife Nicole and my baby girl Edie. And I was going to make a joke about not naming her Ada, but it's not because it's not a beautiful name. I think that's actually really cool and fantastic. And yes, I know I'm punching well above my weight as well. So by day, I'm a software architect. I've spent 14 years working in the defense industry primarily. And in that time, I love my job. I'm not giving up my day job for running a stake pool. And you'll see some of the decisions I made in how my stake pool operates are based on that fact as well. But I've been into crypto since 2017 when a colleague of mine introduced me to this thing called Ethereum. Prior to that, I had actually mined some Bitcoin when I was studying computer science at university. But I kind of got bored and I just discarded it. I don't like to think about it anymore. And I kind of take solace in the fact that I can't remember how much I mined, which just gives me some peace. But yeah, so my friend and I, we got into this Ethereum thing. And within 2 weeks, we had a 16 GPU mining rig running in my garage, which was really fun to build. And it was also great because it was winter at the time and I didn't need to heat the house anymore. I just opened the garage door and you get free heat, well, not free heating, but you got heating. But then summer came around and the thing was constantly overheating and it was time to sell it all. and luckily the price of GPUs was still skyrocketed, so we pretty much sold it for what we paid to buy it. And it was also good that I wasn't paying $1,000 a month for my electricity bill anymore either. But then around that same time, I started to dabble in like XRP and also ADA as well. So this was kind of like late 2017. And yeah, really loved what ADA was doing. I really love the academic approach. It's also a frustration of mine, but I think in general, ADA has benefited from that sort of concentrated approach with a really awesome core team that knows what they're doing, they're focused, and that's been one of the massive benefits, in my opinion, of why Cardano is so successful as it is right now. So yes, I'm the owner-operator of Sandstone Core. I was one of the original guys on the ITN, and some of you might have heard my name in the community a little bit even. I was the person responsible for releasing the Jormungandr stable alpha builds of the ITN software, which it was an attempt to address the fact that the Jormungandr node was quite difficult to keep up and running. And in fact, I started working on those builds whilst I was having my first child, and I took 3 months off from work, and so I was spending like up until 4 a.m. in the morning with my baby strapped on my front whilst I was coding in this new language Rust that I hadn't used before and produced these builds, and hopefully it helped out a lot of guys that were trying to run a stable pool at the time as well. I've also made some minor contributions to CNCLI, which is a great open source project by Andrew Westberg from BCSH, and I've reported on a few bugs and vulnerabilities in the current node software that have been addressed as well. And I was also a pioneer, an early pioneer for the mainnet. Got some hobbies as well, but yeah, pretty bad at all of them, so I won't touch them too much. So, taking the leap. This is really aimed at those guys that are thinking about running a stake pool and things that you should consider. So why run a stake pool in the first place? Well, I think it's fair to say that a lot of people want to do it because they believe in the promise of cryptocurrency and what Cardano is trying to do in that space. You might fundamentally believe in the concepts of sound money, free from corruption, financial freedom for everyone, the ability to have access to an identity where you otherwise might not be able to do today. And obviously decentralization is a general principle as well. But it could be that you just want to be part of something and make a difference. I think there's a parallel concept there. It might also be that you're driven by a mission, right? A charity or bringing awareness to something, and you want to use a stake pool as a vehicle for that, which I think is quite noble as well. And in my case, this is probably most true for me. I just really enjoy building things, and I wanted to learn, and I found this very interesting. And you have to say make money as well. Like stake pool operators make money, and that's not a bad thing. Right? I think it's great to be altruistic and everything, but I've got a family to feed as well, so. And I should have probably gone forward to the slide as well. Okay. Sorry, I'm working off 2 different versions here. Okay, so what does it take? The first thing you need to be aware of, a lot of time and effort, right? I can't understate how much time and effort it can take, right? You have to worry about, updates, general maintenance, rotating of keys, monitoring the health of the pool. Just making sure that everything is running smoothly all the time. Because again, as a stake pool operator, that's your job. That's to make blocks. That's all you need to do. And you need to do that well. You need to make sure it's solid, right? So I often feel like I've got 2 full-time jobs. And some of the things I've done to automate my pool, I've done that so that I can try and alleviate a lot of the stresses of having a career in one space, but also just running a side gig as well. You'll probably need some decent system administration skills, or at least the ability to learn them. Obviously, to run a pool is kind of a technical thing. To attract delegation, you're going to need to market yourself or your pool rather, right? And this is something that I think I've failed at in our pool, but it's also something that I'm addressing at the moment. I'll touch on that as well. Business acumen, right? At the end of the day, a stake pool is a business. And you will need to treat it as such. You need to get good at record keeping. You need to pay your taxes, right? You need to track everything. And you also want to take advantage of the benefits afforded to you as a business person, right? There's tax deductions to be made and all sorts of things. And you'll also need capital investment. You'll need that investment for hosting or at least purchasing hardware. You'll need that investment for paying for decent network, which you'll need. And you'll need that investment for pledge. Okay? Although, regarding pledge, there is currently no minimum pledge required to run a pool. The higher pledge you have, the more rewards your pool will make. That is baked into how the protocol works, and that's related to a parameter of the protocol, the rewards function of the protocol to be exact, the A0 parameter. Currently that's set to 0.3, which basically is quite low, which means that pledge doesn't account for too much, right? So you can actually start a pool with close to nothing pledge and still be successful, and many people do. But that is a malleable property, right? It's meant to change, and it will change at some point. It will start to rise, and you will be required to have more and more pledge to be viable. So just because you're viable today doesn't mean you're going to be viable in 4 or 5 years' time. And that's something that I'm continuously thinking about as well. So you might want to think about, how much you actually want to put into this, or at least have a strategy for potentially making that pledge a bit higher over time. How are you going to execute? Okay, you're going to be a single pool operator, or a single owner of a pool rather, or you're going to operate with a partner or others. Right? There's benefits to both. I'm a single operator. I don't have any partners. I do everything myself. But like I was saying, it's a lot of work. So maybe you do want other people involved. Are you going to be mission driven? Or are you going to be strictly business? Neither are wrong. You can be both as well. Are you going to go all in with a big pledge? Right now, like I said, you don't have to. It does help. It does attract more delegators. But you don't need to right now, but you might need to in the future, right? Bare metal or cloud hosting, right? There's a lot of advantages to both, and you'll see shortly how I've approached this as well. And then self-promotion or hiring someone for marketing, making yourself seen, right? No promotion at all. I tried the no promotion route. It hasn't really worked out too well, and I'll talk about that as well. And then full-time or side gig. I'm not going to give up my career to run a stake pool. I don't want to. I actually really love my job. I love my career. I love what it brings. And I actually feel like running a stake pool in the particular industry I'm in, they kind of feed on one another. I learn something from each, and I help myself progress in my day job and running a stake pool. So I see this as an advantage. I'm happy to do both. And again, I've kind of architected things to enable me to do that. So I'm going to talk about operations. It's by no means super in-depth, but it is a little bit technical. And I've tried to focus mostly on the most important aspects of the architecture of at least my stake pool as I see it, and which has mostly to do with the high availability nature of what I've tried to achieve, as well as the automation. So sadly, no, we don't run on a Raspberry Pi. I wish we could, because it would be a lot less expensive. And for those of you who might be looking at starting a stake pool, unfortunately, you won't be able to run on a Raspberry Pi either. It's not possible, right? You do actually need, unfortunately, at the moment, still a decent amount of compute. And I think there's a lot of efficiencies that Cardano node specifically are yet to acquire through optimization, which it will come in with time and maybe even with an alternative node, but we have what we have right now. And so unfortunately, you do need something a bit gruntier than Raspberry Pi. We're hosted entirely on Amazon Web Services. We run one block producer, 3 public relay nodes, and we also run 1 private relay node, which I'll talk about a little bit later as well. Our compute is paid 3 years up front, which means that we save a reasonable amount by upfront paying for that compute. It also means that we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We've sort of committed to making sure that we're going to run this thing for at least 3 years, I guess. And again, as I said, our focus is on high availability and 0 downtime as much as humanly possible. And I don't see how I could do that unless I was running a cloud infrastructure, to be honest. I just can't run this in, like my garage, like I was running 16 GPU mining rig, right? Like I've got outages at home, I've got power outages, I've got network outages, just can't do it. So this is sort of like my pool at the 30,000 foot sort of view. Everything is in AWS, and we make a pretty liberal use of all the services that AWS has to offer. We We follow a lot of what's called best practices. One of those best practices is to separate our solution, our environment, into multiple accounts. There's a lot of advantages of doing this. One of them is security. We can isolate different workloads and make sure that if one were to become compromised, an attacker might not be able to move laterally into other workloads. A lot of it also has to do with centralized management. For instance, our management account, which is our what we call organizational root, that implements a single sign-on and authentication so that I can log into any one of these environments using a single set of credentials, which include multi-factor authentication and whatnot. But I can also set parameters on what I can and cannot do in those environments. We can set policy restrictions so that we can make sure that we don't inadvertently make a change to our environment that might put it at risk, for instance. And also there's a centralized billing aspect to our management account. The other reason why I chose to do it this way, which is some might consider quite overkill, is because I have plans to expand beyond just running the state pool, but to also run digitally delivered sort of business type things that are related, and I want to be able to partition them into their own accounts and their own environments as well. Oh, sorry. No, I haven't. And I haven't been doing it for a while. Again, maybe I'll just not look at this anymore. How about that? That's what I was talking to. Yeah, let's do that. So the second account that I've been that we have is our auditing account. Our auditing account, but basically it's our centralized security monitoring and compliance checking. So again, it's about knowing what is going on within our entire organisation. We get alerts when anything is changed. We get alerts when part of the infrastructure might detect that there is a potential threat. If an account has been logged into in a weird location and whatnot, and we'll be immediately sort of notified of that. We also have a log archive account, which collects all of our flow logs, traffic logs, and everything, which we retain for at least 90 days. So if there ever is an incident, I can go back and I can look at what happened and investigate further. Shared services, that encompasses all of our networking services and our DNS. Again, it's just, that's kind of a segregation. It also allows us to share that to other accounts. So I can, from one account, I can host particular bits of software infrastructure onto resources that are managed by the shared services account. And then we've got workloads. So 2 workloads at the moment. The website, which is really, really crap. There's good reasons for that. I'm not a creative person, and I realise that, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit as well. But that's a fairly simple website. It's a single-page application, static hosting, delivered by a content delivery network, which means it has quite a good global replication and reach, I suppose. And the other benefit is that I've got traffic monitoring on that, so I can see where people are coming in from, which is really useful because I can see what countries most of the potential delegators are actually coming to my site from, and I can make adjustments to the site to internationalization. So I might have translations in a few different languages, and at the moment I do in fact have 3 translations that I support on the site, and that's purely because I know where most of the people are coming from. So it's a bit of a tip if you do this kind of thing. Then sort of the meat and potatoes, it's the stake pool account, which actually operates all the nodes, the Cardano nodes that form my relays and block producers, and I'm going to talk about that in particular in a bit more depth. And really important to my setup is the CI/CD account, which runs all of my continuous integration, continuous development. So everything you see here, everything is deployed as infrastructure as code, which basically means that I define this entire environment as code, and any changes made to that environment are made to code, which is then automatically built and deployed and pushed into a production environment. And that has huge benefits. One of those is that if I needed to recover this environment in another region, another country, I could do that within less than a day, right, quite easily. But it also helps me manage my time, because as much as I can automate, the more free time I have, and the more I can actually manage 2 jobs. I can have a career in something else, and I can run a safe. So this is an overview of our nodes, our hosts, in terms of how they're configured. We're running on EC2, which is a compute service on AWS. We're running a Ubuntu 18 04, long-term support. And we do a lot of security hardening. So everything that we deploy, all of our instances, we actually manage them completely ourselves. So we control firewall policies, we enable SE Linux, and we do our own patching, and we do that regularly. We also disable SSH, which a lot of people generally keep open. So to actually administer one of our nodes directly, you have to do that through another service called AWS Systems Manager, and you need to provide multi-factor authentication. You in fact even need to log in from a specific IP address or range of IP addresses, which I've defined. So it's all very secure. We build all the software from source. We don't use pre-built Cardano node libraries. We don't use containers. And we don't run any third-party scripts, no topology updaters or anything like that. And again, the reason is we've got full control over it. I know exactly what goes into the environment. And if one of those things has a bug, not so much Cardano node, but say a topology updater script or something like that, if that has a bug and it affects 2,000 other pools, it won't affect us. Okay? So that's a decision I've made. Monitoring agents, we install some monitoring agents on all our hosts so we can monitor CPU metrics, we can monitor how much memory they're using, and we can know exactly if they're healthy or not at any point in time. And we also integrate with Prometheus for monitoring the node software directly, so we know if the nodes are performing, if they're receiving blocks on time, if they're producing blocks on time, and all that kind of thing. The block producers, they're running T3X large instances, which is 4 virtual CPUs, 16 gigabytes of memory, SSDs, and 5 gigabit networks. The relay nodes were running the lower tier, which was 2 virtual CPUs and 8 gigabytes of RAM, but we had to upgrade that on the Alonzo move because they use more. And then our private relay uses the same as well. So this is how our nodes are deployed on the network. The location, they're in AWS Sydney region. 3 availability zones. They can tolerate a failure of up to 2 zones being lost. All the public nodes are in the public tier. Relay is publicly addressable. Traffic flows secured by security groups and firewalls. And all logs kept for up to 90 days. The isolated tier where a block producer sits, it has no internet access. You can't get in or out. You can only talk to the relays. And it securely talks to things like time sync through some other means. There's no NAT gateway there at all. Completely secure. And we use auto-scaling for failover. So in terms of peering, we maintain connectivity to 20 different peers per relay, so 60 peers total. And we manage that entirely we negotiate that between myself and those peers directly. So I have to talk to each one of those. We don't use topology updates. Our strategy for high availability for the relays is such that if a relay is to fail, and in this case, let's say that we've got a failure of one of our relays, well, all that happens is it gets requeried against our DNS. The DNS record for the failed relay is taken out of the pool, and the incoming peer basically just gets a healthy relay and away it goes. And if we have a peer come back online, one of the issues is that it needs to resync chain data because its node is ephemeral, but it doesn't actually store chain data. And so it's a problem because if we had to resync the entire chain, it would potentially take days. So what we do is we periodically snapshot the chain to a S3 bucket, and it quickly recovers the chain with a bit of a gap, and then continues on. So pros and cons, it's cost effective, very simple to implement. Relays are effectively active and very fast failover through our peers. Cons are no attempt to recover state in different AZ. So it means that if one peer does go down, the others have to take up the load. Strategy for high availability for the block producer is a bit different. If the block producer fails, there's no running node to take over. Because if you were to run 2 nodes simultaneously on the network, that's bad because you create forks, if you're aware of that. I don't know. So our block producers, they get automatically rescaled or redeployed in another availability zone using the auto-scaling groups. And they similarly don't have ephemeral data on their main storage, so they have to recover the chain some way. What we do for them is they're actually attached to network storage. They store everything on network storage. So if they need to move between availability zones, they always just connect to the same data source. And that way they can start immediately and they can recover immediately, which means we have very little to no downtime producing blocks. Pros are we've got the multi-AZ failover, simple, cost-effective, relatively easy to recover from, prevents multiple leaders running at any one time. Cons are EFS is not the fastest storage type, but we've dealt with that, and active would be better, but it's more difficult to implement and more costly because you have to run more infrastructure. So, as I said, I've only got a short amount of time, so I can't talk about everything, but other stuff you need to really pay attention to: security monitoring and alerting, encrypting of your sensitive data, monitoring stake pool health with Prometheus and Grafana. I kind of touched on that. Backups and recovery, and periodically simulating failures is actually a really good thing to do, because you can test if what you've designed actually works without actually having to experience a failure or a catastrophic failure. Private relays, we run a private relay which is not publicly addressable, or at least it's not publicly registered, so that if we get DDoSed or something and all of our 3 relays go down, we still have connectivity and we still make blocks. And also we do a lot of key rotation when we need to. And I'd love to talk about a solution to that we're looking at, but don't have time. Really quickly, marketing administration. June 30 in Australia, also known as staking rewards are taxed as income, okay? And they're taxed at the Australian dollar amount the day that you receive them. Doesn't matter if you sell them at a later date, you are obligated to pay tax on the amount it's worth the day you receive them, right? So be aware of that, because it might change the way that you deal with your rewards. You might need to offload them all the time as soon as you get them. You might want to take the risk and hold on to them, but you're still obligated to pay the tax on that day. Cost of running a stake pool is tax deductible. If you run a really expensive stake pool, and mine's not expensive, then that's a big deal. You want to keep accurate records, right? That's essential. Tax obligations can be accurately tracked by crypto tax services. I've been working with Crypto Tax Calculator directly to try and improve their integration of the Cardano blockchain and make it easier to track all the UTXOs in and out, so you can actually get an accurate calculation of where your funds have gone and how much obligation to tax you have. And use an accountant, right? They know stuff. Marketing. This is my last point. If you want to attract delegation, you need to sell yourself, or at least your pool. And it's really important to have an established brand, right? The highest stake pools typically have really good marketing. They run YouTube channels, they've got Twitter accounts, they're active in the community, and or they give presentations at events like this. You might want to hire someone, which is exactly what we did. We've been working with this company called Digital Native, based out of Sydney. The owner, Matt Duran, he contacted me whilst I was simultaneously looking for someone for a similar service. Said, hey, I think we can help your brand out, help you become more visible. And so yeah, we've been going through workshops, and he's been delivering me mood boards and really trying to focus in on what it is that I stand for, or the stake will stand for, what I want my message to be, which is one of professionalism and a whole bunch of other things. And he's helped me discover what those are, and he's developing a brand for us. And I've got, just quickly, we've been reworking the way that our logo works. I think someone has a video that they wanted to play. Yeah, all right. By the way, Matt is paid in ADA. He's in this space himself. He loves crypto, and he actually suggested to me that he'd like to receive payment ADA, which I was happy to facilitate. And that's been interesting. I think we might write a blog post or something about how that's worked out in the future as well. So this is some work that big reveal. So if you go to the Sandstone website right now, it looks like absolute trash. That's just the logo and a bit of the branding that he's come up with, and we're going to be reworking that into a whole new design website and start to implement a bit of a social media presence. I've got a summary slide, but it really just summarizes everything that I've talked about, and you can try to bring it up.
I'll bring it back.
Got it? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so what have we learned? There's a few of you who have expressed an interest in running a stake pool, so hopefully you've learned a little bit. There's a lot more to it, at least in my case, and be happy to speak to you individually about it if you'd like. But my top sort of points, be sure about your reasons for running a stake pool. Right? It's probably not something you just want to dive into if you want to do it seriously. Running a pool is fun, but it's also a lot of work. Like, it's a lot of work. And design your pool appropriately to your circumstances. As I explained, I use a lot of automation. Right? If something dies, I get notifications, but it will recover by itself 99% of the time. I don't have to be awake to fix it, which is really important. And keep your records, pay your taxes, and definitely don't neglect marketing. And if you need a good place to start, then Cardano Docs is probably the best place. And that's it. I'll take some questions if anyone has it. Otherwise, I'll be happy to have it for you.
One question there. One question.
Hi, Matt. Thank you very much for sharing. Sorry, it's been a long day. Hi, Michael. Let's do this again. So, I saw that you mentioned about the 3 availability zone. I was just a bit more curious about that. Like, what would happen if there's a regional outage? How is high availability being achieved? Like, still, like with regional outage? And second question. Actually, I have 3 questions. Second question, do you have anything running on premises at all? And third question is, how much do you have to put in advance, dollar-wise, to get the infrastructure up and running before you attract more delegators to realize on your investment?
Okay, so the first question on if I have a regional outage, right? So those availability zones, they're basically 3 separate data centers within a region. That region is the size of the city. So in my case, Sydney, there's 3 data centers that are physically separated by some distance, but they're all very interconnected for speed and all that kind of stuff, so they can talk very fast. It's a very rare event that you get a complete regional outage, right? Very rare event for that to happen, but it does happen. It has happened in the past, right? So I guess there's 2 things. We have to be aware of costs, because obviously to deploy into a completely different region, and be ready to go straight away is going to cost you more. As I said, everything is infrastructure as code. It's all reproducible, and it's reproducible quick. So first of all, I would say that hopefully a regional outage is sorted out damn quick, because they usually are. It's important. But if it was, for whatever reason, going to be a really lengthy regional outage, then we could recover in another availability zone with some downtime. Hopefully that wouldn't make people too upset. The question about upfront paying for resources, it really depends on how much it depends on what you're trying to run, at what tier and what services you're making use of. My architecture, that's just one way of running. I could be running it completely different. I could use Kubernetes clusters, I could use Fargate EC2 instances and all that kind of thing. I don't have the exact number of what I paid up front. It wasn't an enormous cost compared to what it brings in, the pool that is. And it, it's already changed, because I paid for a different instance type and now I've upgraded already. So depending on whether or not the node performance improves over time, I might end up being able to bring it back down and save a bit. But I think at the moment, with my upfront costs already paid, I think I'm paying on top of that like $600 a month additional, right? So if I had to hazard a guess off the top of my head, I think it's costing me $10,000 to $15,000 a year, right? And that's expensive, right? You can do this a lot cheaper, and people do it a lot cheaper. That's just how I've done it, and I'm not saying it's necessarily the most cost-effective way to do it. So you had another question. I didn't.
Do you have anything running on premises at all?
Yep. 0 on premise. I have no interest in running anything on premise. I don't think I'm going to actually add much more value by doing that. I know a lot of people do run these hybrid systems and whatnot. I don't think it's worth me doing. I could run like a relay or something, and that might be okay. But realistically, it would only make sense if I was running a block producer on premise, I think, because I can talk to other relays that are public anyway. And so no, I don't. Other than my Dallas wallet, which is kind of a node. So thanks for the question.
Cool. So just as a bit of positive feedback for anyone who has a question, we will circle back to the stake pool kind of space. We do have a setup meeting with Patrick Tobler from NFT Maker. I'm extremely excited for that. So I will pass on some merch, sorry. So yeah, we really do want to encourage, if anyone has a question, please, there's no such thing as a stupid question, because yeah, there's a lot of people missing out by not getting too involved. Thank you so much, Michael. That was a real in-depth and I also loved how he touched on that that dichotomy when it comes to making money and also following a cause and getting some funds to make some change. Like the little girl on the old El Paso ad, why not both? So I'm just going to pass on to Patrick Tobler from NFT Maker. NFT space is obviously extremely hot, and I'm very excited to hear from Patrick. How you going, Patrick?
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. I will leave you to do your thing. Feel free to introduce yourself and get stuck in.
Sure. So thank you for having me, first of all. Good morning from Germany. I actually woke up an hour ago, so it's quite early for me in contrast to you. And I actually developed NFT Maker IO, and I think that's what I'm going to talk about now, or I know that is. I'm just wondering how I can share my screen, actually. Do I have to do anything here? Ah, perfect. Perfect, thank you. Yes, so some of you might know me, some of you might not. So I'm just gonna talk a little bit about what NFT Maker IO actually is, and where it's going, the whole plan for the future and stuff like that. Essentially, my Cardano journey started sometime last year. I've been following Cardano for quite some time. Since 2017, actually. I've seen the ups and the downs. And then last year, I started my own stake pool, the Pool of Babel, and learned a lot more about the technology of Cardano. And since I'm a computer science student, it came pretty natural to me. And, I became super interested in just writing stuff for Cardano and building stuff on top of Cardano. And once the Space Buds launched and initially were the first NFTs on Cardano, I decided, okay, this is super cool. You can actually do things with Cardano right now. And the guy who made Space Buds, Alessandro, is also the same age as I am, and he's also from southern Germany. So I was like, oh my God, if he can do it, I can do it too. And then I decided to build a very small, simple tool to create NFTs on Cardano for everybody, which is NFT Maker IO. And this is what it looks like. It's actually version 1, so it's quite simple. Initially, the website was like a 1 or maybe 1.5 week project, just for fun. And it actually kind of exploded. People were super into it and suddenly started making their own NFTs like all the time. I remember the first like 2 nights or so, I was awake all night because there were random bugs and problems that had to be fixed that I didn't think of. So I had to stay awake and do customer support all night. But yeah, since then, NFT Maker has actually evolved into, I think, the most used NFT minting tool on Cardano. We have, at this point, with just the regular version 1 NFT of NFT Maker, which is currently still running since then, minted over 25,000 NFTs. And the coolest thing about this whole statistic part is that we are actually minting a lot of unique token policies. So we might not have minted the most NFTs with NFT Maker version 1, but we have onboarded the most artists, which I think is super cool, because that's really what I'm about. I think Cardano is about enabling people to do stuff and enabling people to essentially enter a new world, and that was kind of the goal with NFT Maker 2, in like a smaller degree, of course. And to see so many people who are just new to the NFT space trying the tool out and uploading some images, creating some NFTs, and experimenting with it is really like the best accomplishment I can think of. So that's super cool. At some point, it was the most used dApp on Cardano. That's also something I was very proud, or I am very proud about. At this point, it's obviously not anymore. I think CNFT is the clear leader in that regard, but that's also cool. And now I'm working full time on NFT Maker. I actually founded a company with two of my co-founders, which I'm going to show later. And we're developing NFT Maker version 2, which will be a marketplace. So that's what we are doing. We actually got some Catalyst funding for it too. And we're currently in talks with some investors, because who knew building an NFT marketplace is not an easy thing to do, especially if it has to be good or you want it to be good. So that's what I spend most of my time with at the moment. And it's going to be completely decentralized. So I was actually part of the Plutus Pioneer program, and I'm also hiring some Plutus people. And we're writing smart contracts to handle the whole transaction part and auction part of the NFTs on the chain, which is also very, very exciting and new. And yeah, that's what it looks like. Here there are some screenshots, and these are especially initially our first drafts, but all of this is already done at this point in code. So we're just preparing the smart contracts and preparing some more stuff to really make it as good as possible. And then we will launch sometime later this year. I can't really give dates because giving dates is not a good thing to do, as I had to realize. And I think Charles Hoskinson also realized. And yes, our vision, as I mentioned before, is to make NFTs accessible to everyone. That's essentially the goal, just enabling people, enabling artists to buy NFTs, to sell NFTs, to create NFTs, all that stuff. I think that's super cool, and that's really what I want to achieve. And I think we're on a good way with all the NFTs we already created, and with NFT Maker version 1. And yeah, also with NFT Maker Pro, which I'm going to talk about in a sec, because the way NFT Maker is structured at the moment is actually that we have this underlying layer under everything, and that's called NFT Maker Pro. So that's essentially, for professionals, for developers, and also for ourselves. It's essentially the toolkit that we build for ourselves, for our marketplace, to essentially build everything on top of. The marketplace and NFT Maker version 1 are just front ends for NFT Maker Pro. And the idea is that anyone who wants to launch their own NFT collection, or maybe launch their own NFT marketplace, or maybe launch their own NFT minting tool, whatever they want, or maybe even integrate NFTs into a video game or something like that, can just register for NFT Maker Pro and use our API and use our technical tools that we develop for NFT Maker version 2 to just do that as simple as possible. And that's what we've been focusing on for the last months. NFT Maker Pro is out right now. It's come out, I'm not sure, maybe like 1 or 2 months ago. And since then, a lot of people have actually used it. It's amazing how many people are registered for NFT Maker Pro, and I'm super happy about the success. We've minted over 133,000 NFTs using NFT Maker Pro. I just checked; we have like a live counter on the landing page. And oh, by the way, the numbers on these pages here are completely wrong. Please disregard these. And yes, so NFT Maker Pro is at the moment used a lot for these large scale NFT drops. The unsigned algorithms were done using NFT Maker Pro. I think they have a panel later today too. And the Hoskinsons were also launched using NFT Maker Pro, and many others, good projects, other projects. We had some difficult times too. Namely, Coco Loco was launched using NFT Maker Pro. But yes, there has been really a lot going on with this tool, and I'm super happy to just see people exploring the tool and building stuff. And sometimes, I log onto Twitter, I don't even know that a launch is happening, and I see like thousands of people or hundreds of people talking about this random NFT drop, and then I realized, oh my god, this was launched using NFT Maker Pro. And that's really the goal with this tool, to just have something which everybody can use, which is running all the time, and allowing people to launch NFT drops without anyone like me having to interfere and having to build something for them. That's the founding team. On the left side, you can see me, of course. Then in the middle, you can see our extremely talented designer, Fahim. He's behind, the design for the initial prototype, so for NFT Maker version 1. He's also building NFT Maker version 2. He made NFT Maker Pro, the landing page. So he's super good. He's a really cool guy, musician, and I'm very glad to have him on the team as design lead. And on the right side, you can see Peter, who's also one of the founders, who's actually more into like the connection between technology and design, and he's essentially our product visionary or chief of product, however you want to call it. We don't really have titles at the moment, and that's the team. But we are actually scaling up a lot, as I mentioned. I'm hiring, which is also crazy. I'm 23 years old, and now I'm hiring like dozens of people to just keep working on NFT Maker and on the marketplace. But it's really exciting, and I think we can build something really cool there. And we're all working on this at the moment. Like, I'm working on it full time. Fahim's working on it part time, but we'll switch to it full time at some point in the future soon. And Peter is also working on it full time. And that's the team. I wanted to share a few more things with you that we did that I'm quite proud of, just to talk about the NFT space in Cardano in general, because I think the most interesting part about NFTs on Cardano in particular are actually the experiments. There have been, it all started with the space buds, and the space buds are very basic in their form. Of course, they're amazing, and what Alessandro has done is truly brilliant, because he brought NFTs to Cardano. But in essence, they're just 10,000 images, which are randomly generated and which you can buy. But since then, so much has happened. We've seen algorithmically generated art completely stored on the blockchain with the unsigned algorithms. Then we've seen how that evolved into HTML and JavaScript stored on the blockchain, and having like growing trees and stuff like that, which is just absolutely amazing. And we've seen music NFTs, and we've seen video NFTs, and we've seen utility NFTs and NFTs as keys and stuff like that. Really, there's been so much development in the space surrounding the NFTs in just, I don't know how many months, like 4 months now, maybe, or 3, which is blowing my mind. And that's kind of the future that I want to see for the CNFT space too. And that's why we as NFT Maker are focused, of course, on building the tools and letting the artists do their job. But we are also sometimes launching our own little experiments, our own little projects, like this one, which is on screen right now, which is called Fluid NFT, where the idea was, it's essentially our first NFT Maker launch, which we've done completely on ourselves. All the other launches were just done with an artist who essentially did the art, and we helped with the technology, of course, and that's great. But we wanted to do something completely by ourselves, and that's why we decided to do the Fluid NFTs. And the cool thing about it is that it's actually in the spirit of making NFTs, in the spirit of NFT Maker itself, because the users can use their mouse to just create these funny looking images, and we don't pre-generate anything or so. It's just you go onto the page and you create your own NFT, and I think that's very cool. And if you want to try it out, even if you don't want to mint an NFT, you can just try out the tool. It's fluid.nft-maker.io, and it's a lot of fun, and it's very addicting, honestly. And yes, another thing is that we are currently launching, or yesterday we launched the Cardano Summit NFTs, which are free songs, which were actually composed by Fahim, our designer, who's also, a very passionate musician and super good musician. I'm a big fan, of course. So that's just, another thing that we did, because we really think that music is not very popular on Cardano yet, but it really should be. Music NFTs are something to look out for, in my opinion. And I think we'll see much more of these in the future. And we kind of wanted to start and just try it out and see how this could look like. And I'm very happy with the results. Those are all images here, of course, but they're all animated, and they have some songs playing in the background, and that's very cool. It's live at the moment. It's just gonna run for the Cardano Summit in a few hours more. So if you want one, now's your chance. If not, then that's also totally fine. And yes, I'm already at the end. I was a little bit fast here because we had a very interesting talk beforehand with about the stake pools by Michael, and that started. So I started a little bit late, but I think that's fine. And if you have any questions, I would very much appreciate just answering a few questions at this point.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I will pass you on for a question right now.
Wonderful. Yeah, very much enjoy your presentation, Patrick. And I want to know, for example, the tools that you've been talking about, are they on the presumption that you have your artwork ready, you have got all of your layers of artwork ready, and then you are using your tools? How in-depth is your toolkit for somebody who doesn't really know much about or anything about programming?
Yeah, so NFT Maker Pro is definitely more designed for developers. You can do a lot without knowing how to program, but you definitely have to have your artwork ready. And we don't have like a tool for combining different layers and stuff like that, at least not yet. And the idea would be that you have like 10,000 images or so, or maybe 100 images. It doesn't really matter. You can upload them either via a user interface, so on our website, pro.nft-maker.io, or just use our API, and the API is actually the preferred way to upload all of these to the tool. And then after that, you essentially have API endpoints which you can use to implement it into your own website. Or you can generate like an address which you can post on social media. That's also possible. But it's definitely more for developers at the moment. But of course, we want to make NFT accessible to everybody. So we are working very hard on just making these tools easier for everyone.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Patrick. Any other questions? Awesome. All right, we've got Mark here.
Hi, Patrick. Just wanted to see if it's good. Is it similar to like OpenSea or Rarible, where you can generally just upload an image and put it up for sale on OpenSea and mint it? Because I literally had no experience creating an NFT, and I did one on OpenSea, used I think Polygon Network, so you don't even need to pay to mint it. What's your blockchain like going to be used on to mint the NFTs?
Yeah, so the whole minting process is something which is not really similar to OpenSea. It's just minting an NFT on Cardano. So you essentially just upload an image, pay some ADA, and then receive your image as NFT into your wallet. So there's no real marketplace there. But of course, with version 2 of NFT Maker, we want to build this type of marketplace experience like OpenSea has already. And because we're Cardano fans, we're not building it on Polygon or Ethereum or anything else. We're, of course, building it on Cardano. And at the beginning, it will only support Cardano. I think it's very clear that we are moving towards a cross-chain future. I think everybody knows that at this point. So it's definitely on our radar. But we first have to build something really good on Cardano, and then we can think about other chains. integrating into the marketplace.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Patrick. I've got Tiago here as well to ask a question. I'll just pass him on.
Thank you. Congratulations for the work. My question is, how does the Riot it's working on the NFT maker platform?
Sorry, can you repeat that? There were some loud people out here, and I didn't really understand.
How does the Riot or the NFT works in your platform?
The royalties?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the royalties are an interesting topic. Something really cool happened for the royalties a few weeks ago. So, we have like a few major players in the Cardano NFT space at the moment. We have CNFT.io, of course. We have Token, which is another marketplace. We have Ardana, we have NFT Maker, we have a few other projects. And we all came together in like a few Zoom calls, and we discussed how to do royalties on Cardano, because we fear that that there will be large NFT players coming into the space in the near future from other chains, I don't know, Ethereum, whatever. And these, of course, have a lot of money. They have a lot of developers, all this stuff. So they can set their own standards. And we do not want to have like different royalty standards across the whole Cardano space, like it's currently happening on Ethereum, but instead we want to have like one royalty standard which everybody is following. So that's why we decided to go ahead and create this royalty standard. It's essentially saved in the metadata of the NFT, and all the major players in the NFT space have committed to using this royalty standards. So the idea would be that if you sell your NFT on a marketplace, like on CNFT.io or an NFT Maker version 2, then you will automatically receive the royalties to one address. And this address can either be like a regular Cardano address, or it could be a smart contract, which then does more things with the royalties, like split it and send a part to, I don't know, a charity or something like that. So it's very flexible. And we're quite happy with the standard. And since everybody has committed to it, I think that there's a high chance that it will actually, be adopted. And that's the only way. Like having everybody agree on one standard is the only way to really stand against all the big players which might be coming into the space and really not fracturing the market.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Patrick. Can you hear me, Patrick?
I can hear you, but you're very quiet.
I'm having a low battery issue, but yeah, thank you very much for your time. We are deep into the NFT time over here, and we are all very, very lucky to have had your time. You are truly a damn. Does that happen more? You are very much a pioneer in the space, and it's much appreciated for you to put your time in to speak to us. So if I could get a round of applause for Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick. All the best.
Thank you, and have a great time in Perth.
Cheers, bro. All right, so we are deep into the NFT side of things. How cool is it that we can have someone like Patrick Tobler come in and speak to us? A bit of a fanboy. Thank you very much. Awesome. So, new Mike. Happy days. All right, so to continue on the NFT experience, I have another absolute champion of the space. Just a quick reminder, there is nothing wrong with getting a sneaky drink, sneaky feed. As long as everyone just lets everyone hear what's going on, that is fine. So I am really happy to present Alexander Watanabe, founder of Unsigned Algorithms. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for your time. If you would like to take it away, go for it.
Sure. I can't see the audience, but I'm just wondering how many people are aware of what unsigned algorithms is, I can kind of tailor things a bit to be more general or more specific depending on that. Can you do a show of hands?
We've got probably 5% hands up right now. So if you want to do a quick introduction as to the that's great.
So as Patrick just kind of introduced, NFTs are a thing on Cardano thanks to metadata and Alessandro, and I thought this was such a cool thing to be able to implement on Cardano without smart contracts. My background is in architecture. I have 2 graduate degrees, but I never practiced architecture. I went into R&D, developing like IoT smart sensing environments for buildings. But I've always been kind of interested in art. I wanted to be a writer, but I had a baby pretty early on. I couldn't support my family writing, and so I worked for 8 years in R&D, and I've gotten more and more deep into programming over the years. For the past 2 or 3 years, I've worked as an AI developer, training models and deploying them to AWS for a few different companies that I work for. And the thing that was really interesting to me about what Alessandro did with SpaceBuds was to basically bring a new format of NFT to Cardano, which was this kind of metadata minted in the minting transaction. And I wanted to kind of push that in a little bit different direction, possibly, because I'm not so interested in what are called PFPs or profile pictures, but actually thinking about how can we use this as a new medium of expression for human creativity. So some of the context there is, I like to use this example that we were taught in architecture school of this Austrian postal savings bank building, which initially looks like a kind of Renaissance classical type building, Baroque, whatever. But if you look a little bit more closely, it's actually quite orthogonal and there's all these rivets everywhere. It's a little bit weird. When you get inside, it's very clear, oh, this is not like a classical building. And this is from 1906. And the way I was taught this in architecture school is that because of the new technology and the new materials of concrete, steel, and glass, it kind of forced architects to reimagine what can we do with these new materials and how can we express ourselves in a slightly different way. 20 years later, you can see Mies van der Rohe, the very famous German architect, kind of taking to the high modernism style of the Barcelona pavilion. And, it's just kind of what 22 years looks like the difference between the evolution of these materials. So for me, an NFT just being a JPEG on chain, it's not really, I feel like there's no tension with the medium there, right? It would be like a photographer not understanding the benefits of photography and just using it as a painter would. So anytime there's some new technology, I feel like humans and artists have a responsibility to explore what is authentic creativity and creation look like with the new possibilities of the medium. So the way I describe unsigned algorithms, it's like an attempt to make art with a blockchain rather than putting art on a blockchain. And I think one of the great precedents for this is this American conceptual artist called Sol LeWitt, who I used to walk by his work and I didn't really get it, but someone explained it to me in the Cardano community quite fortuitously. What he would do is he'd put like an index card of instructions and he'd send that to the gallery. And then the gallery would have someone else paint these kind of things on the wall. And so what's quite interesting is you get something like this on the left, which is a kind of the set of instructions, right? Of all these different, arc lines, straight lines, squiggly lines, dash lines, and how they were to be superimposed on top of each other in a kind of planimetric drawing down here. And that ends up looking something like this. By the way, this is another Mies van der Rohe building in Germany, or this. I think this is the MoMA in New York. More kind of explorations of this kind. And so what I basically did was, how would we do the same idea, but using programming and a blockchain to kind of explore all the different ways you could combine color together. If you're familiar with Mark Rothko, this kind of like color studies. So I thought about a few different things that I could do. All JPEGs, all images on a computer are represented by 3 channels of information, red, green, and blue, from 0 to 255. I basically take these, I take a few different kind of orientations of them. These 5x5 pixel representations represent like a simple unsig that was 5x5 pixels wide. We have different rotations of them, and we have this kind of idea where the name of the project comes from of, if you've ever learned a little bit of programming, there's this idea of unsigned integer, where you allocate a bit of memory and you basically say all numbers are positive only. We're not keeping track of negative or positive. And a very funny thing happens here, where if you take 2 plus 2, like what we're taught in elementary school or whatever, that's normally 4. But if you take 10 plus 10 in this kind of representation of unsigned integer space, it doesn't equal 20. It actually rolls back over to 4. And I can represent this right here, right? We start at 10, we get to 15, we add 1 more, we get back to 0, we keep going, we get to 4. And so what this results in is these kind of, when you start to composite the layers together, you get these very kind of curvy or straight lines that start back over again. And we'll get to that in a second. But just basically what the project is doing is having a set of instructions in code that represent these very simple operations and compositing them together in all the ways possible to create these kind of gradient color fields. And what I like about this is actually working with Patrick before NFT Maker Pro came out, kind of came up with a way to store all of the information for creating these on the chain directly. So what I like to say is that, you know, when I first learned about NFTs through Cardano, I didn't really understand them, and I was quite confused. Like, why would you pay for a link to a JPEG someplace? And so what I tried to do is, I think there's this line in comedy that like every good joke has a kernel of truth at the center of it. And I think as a designer or architect, you know, there's always some kind of foundational kind of thing that you take into your work that you try to come up with a response to. So if the common kind of criticism to NFTs is they're just links to JPEGs, I wanted to kind of break that apart and come up with a response that made it not just a link to a JPEG. And my response was basically, if you think of NFTs normally as a deed to a house, but the house is actually off chain, in this case, what bringing the code on chain allows is like, you don't just have a deed to a house, you have the actual house stored on chain, or in this case, the blueprint and the factory for making it on chain. We do some other stuff. It's not really important, but this is what it ends up looking like. And these are, you know, it starts very simply with just like red, green, and blue gradients that, you know, you could do in PowerPoint or Photoshop in like 3 seconds. But as you start to progress through the collection, things start to get more and more complicated as you add more and more properties together to get these kind of quite interesting blends of colors that I think are quite interesting. And interestingly, they're also kind of similar to the foundational layers of convolutional neural networks, which I did a little bit of work in like training, is this a dog, is this a cat, kind of AI models, that the fundamentals of human or of AI visual perception is built off of very similar kind of simple gradients and diagonal, straight, horizontal lines, which then get built into later and later things. So what I think is really interesting about that is that a lot of people, when they look at these, they get like quite deep, profound kind of responses to them, quite deep emotional things. And what I think is happening is that unsigs are kind of like a steel brush to your visual cortex. And they kind of interact at a lower level than what you're used to kind of perceiving in your daily life, because they use kind of the fundamental building blocks of visual perception. Sometimes you get these things like this one right here, where everything lines up, the red and the green and the blue channels are all in sync, and that creates a monochromatic black and white image. This occurs 4 times in the collection, and it just keeps going until we get to the end. There's this thing that I really like about unsigs is that I have a kind of issue with the current NFT space where it feels a lot like a Cracker Jack box to me. Like people are, or a slot machine where people are just buying and buying and buying and hoping to get a rare one. But what I like about unsigs is that the scarcity is kind of distributed throughout the collection, and it's not me deciding like golden bananas are 1% of the collection, and so you want to get a golden banana. What I think is going on here is there's this idea that I like to call horizontal scarcity, where depending on what you have, like if you had this upper left unsig, you might want the one on the upper right or the bottom left, so that you could kind of match them together and create like a larger composition. So scarcity or rarity is unique to the user and dependent on what they already have. And I think that's a little bit more interesting than just like everyone chasing these rare things in a spreadsheet. And the goal of the collection, which I think has been pretty successful so far, it was to produce a collection of pieces which begin a conversation around what the potential for the medium is. So things like Cardano trees and all these other projects that have come since then that are trying to work with the chain and hopefully in the future start to interact with oracles, do other things. I think it's really exciting and interesting. Some new things that have happened since this came out. There's a bunch of tools that people are developing to understand the collection. This is a Discord bot, which has a bunch of different features where you can put in like /unsig and the number of your unsig, and it will tell you a little bit about it. This is what I really like, this invo and evo command, where basically it will take apart the properties of your unsig, like this black and white example on the left, and show you the composite layers. The first command on the left shows the individual properties. The second command on the right shows you as you sequentially increment through the properties, what does it look like? There's other marketplace tools that tell you, what these things are currently listed for. If you're in the NFT space, people obsess about the floor a lot. Kind of a funny thing. The average sales, the highest sales of these things. And this was a screenshot I took when I was generating the set of unsigs on my machine with 32 cores. I tried to keep this a little bit briefer. I thought maybe Q&As might be a bit more interesting. So I'm sorry for rushing through that a bit faster than normal. But if there's any questions or comments about unsigs or NFTs in general, I'm happy to discuss with you guys. So thank you so much. Hello, hello. Is Blaine there? I can't actually hear you, Blaine. I don't know if you're talking. Still can't hear you.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey, all right, I'll just pass you on for a question. Here we go.
Just a few questions. There's a couple of people in Perth starting NFT marketplaces and all that. And one game token that's coming out that's involved with the World Wildlife Federation or that. Say the World Wildlife Federation wants 70,000 NFTs. Now, to me, that almost seems like unrealistic. Seeing that, how long does it take to create the average NFT? And
so it really depends on what, I mean, the actual minting can be quite fast.
And okay, you are going to get coins or tokens or whatever in the game, or extra lives. That's going to be an easy NFT to pick up. But something that's movable, in other words, a sword that's got special effects and all that. In the game, how long does it take to actually develop these things?
So I think the actual NFT can be very minimal. There was a recent collection, I don't know if you're aware of it, the numbers NFT, which is literally just the numbers from 0 to 10,000, I think, or 0 to 9,999, right, on a white text with a black background. That obviously did not take a whole lot of time to make. So if you wanted to make this like special sword or something with utility, the one way of thinking about an NFT really is just like a signature or a key. And so a lot of people, if you wanted to do this thing that you're talking about extra lives or games or this kind of thing, the NFT would represent a thing, and you would be able to verify who owns that thing, right? But you wouldn't, if you wanted that thing to actually do something someplace else, the NFT part of it is only going to be representing that, Bob owns that thing. It's not going to be making the game or saving koalas or whatever, but it's just going to verify ownership. That's really the fundamental thing of an NFT.
I think there's a lot of confusion in the space, and a lot of people are going to get it wrong. They are going to think, yeah. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. When we started doing this, we sold 31,000 NFTs. It took 2 months for the collection to sell out. Nowadays, I think people do an NFT drop of 10,000 NFTs and they can sell out in 2 hours or something like that. It's quite insane what's happening in the space right now. I'm a little bit, I'd say I'm not a huge, over time, I've become more and more not of a fan of NFTs. because I'm not really a huge fan of what's going on in the space and a lot of the speculation and the kind of financial motives that are at play. But my interest in particular are again, like when cameras were first invented, how did people who were interested in making paintings, adopt to this new technology being around, where suddenly, being a accurate painter of something was not really as necessary or as useful as it used to be, because someone else could, use a daguerreotype or something like that to make a new a one-to-one representation of the thing in front of them, with a much less effort. So it's kind of interesting to me. But great question, thank you. Maybe someone else has more comments on the gaming aspect.
I'm just wondering if you could touch on the difference between IPFS and on-chain data storage from like a longevity perspective.
True.
Maybe if you could just discuss all of the derivative projects, and if you foresaw all the derivative artwork that stemmed from unsigs.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually stop sharing my screen. Maybe I'll just go full screen. One of the things, the first thing that Blaine, is it Blaine I'm talking to? No, maybe not. Is this idea of IPFS? The way I explain IPFS is it's kind of like Dropbox or Google Drive, but in a more decentralized kind of way. But my concern with that is that I don't like to spread FUD or whatever, but like these things can change, or IPF is a separate kind of technology stack from Cardano. And what I want with the collection that I've done to be possible is, if you have a copy of the Cardano blockchain, you can recreate the entire collection of unsigs anywhere in the world, with a command line and a computer. Whereas this idea that if a file gets lost on IPFS because people stop saving it or pinning it, as it's called, your NFT can essentially be worthless. If someone has a copy of it somewhere, a byte for byte exact copy that hasn't been like re-resed in Photoshop or downsized, they can re-upload it and that link will work again. But it's quite a tenuous thing to me to imagine people spending hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars on these NFTs, which are so fragile. And so I think that for me, it's very important to be able to offer some kind of resiliency to these NFT buyers, that what they're getting is this thing. And as you touched on, the other part of it is that I've totally signed off the copyright. I make no claim to own any of the unsigs anymore. And as you touched on, I think there's now like 10 or 15, I've lost count of them, of these projects where people who have taken the unsigs they've owned and basically remixed them and then gone on to sell those for 50 to hundreds of ADA, doing these remixes, which is quite an interesting thing to me. And I think it points to some of the future development in the space, where if you're familiar with the music business at all, like remixing and sampling, I think that is something Patrick touched on too, that's so perfect for NFTs, where you can automatically like have partial ownership of something, use it someplace else, and directly pay the other person for using it. And it's no longer this kind of a weird thing. So I think one of the interesting things about art is that because art doesn't have a lot of these legal or complexity issues like a DeFi solution does, we can test out a lot of these things in art with very little ramifications or blowback, right? Like if I make a bad DeFi product and I try to launch that, it's not so good for the people who locked up their money or staked or whatever, right? But if I'm selling people art, or I'm making art and then I'm allowing people to buy it, and there's something catastrophically wrong with it, it is a kind of a less at stake, I think, in a way. It's not really the main point of what I'm doing, but it is a nice way to use art to kind of push the technology forward.
Hey, Alexander.
Hey.
Hey, Bharat. We're kind of running out of time, but we've got one more. Yeah. The future of unsigs.
So I'm a pretty unemotional person, but during the drop, I got to quit my job because people were supporting me so much that I could basically become financially independent off the funds that were raised and from the staking rewards of the ADA I got. And I caught a bit of feelings, and I made this very rash announcement that I would basically give this one more go at least, and I would give away the next version of it to people who had unsigs. So kind of like the gentleman who was saying before, these unsigs are going to be a key to get for free, essentially. You might have to pay the like 2 ADA to send it and 2 ADA or 1 ADA to come back kind of thing. But at cost, the next version of the collection, which is actually not going to be a sequel, it's going to be a totally different on-chain project. But yeah, that's happening. I'm learning Plutus right now. It's a little bit of a mind fuck, excuse the language, but I'm having a fun time of it, and I hope to use these skills in other projects going forward. So thank you so much for having me at your talk. I wish I could have been there in person. Maybe next year when all this crap is over. Yeah.
Alexander, your time is greatly appreciated. I have a massive amount of respect for someone who can change the game and also call bullshit at the same time. So thank you very much. Seriously, guys, this Alexander is an absolute pioneer of the space. His whole philosophy behind NFTs and what they represent is fantastic. So please give a round of applause for Alexander from Algorithmically. Thank you. Thank you very much. All the best over this long weekend that I'm sure you're having.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Break time.
We have one more.
Okay, so now we have a project that's quite close to my heart. So we are heading in to speak to Ryan Matovu, the founder of Ardana, about building a Cardano DeFi. This is the real rubber hits the road stuff. So especially when we're going to have a networking little session afterwards, if anyone has any ideas about how we can get this blockchain technology to make some real change and stop the absolute bullshit that's going on in the world, this kind of space is it. So please welcome Ryan Matovu, the founder of Ardana. Hey Ryan, how you going?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Oh no, we can't hear you, man.
Check your mic.
We cannot hear you. Your mic on, bro?
All right. That's muted. Say something now. No.
Oh no, cannot hear you now. Sorry. Okay. We're just checking out things on our end. Is everything unmuted on your end? Yep. Okay.
Maybe try. Can you join the link again?
If it's possible to do the old IT crowd and log off and log in again.
Just while he's coming back on, this will be the last presentation before we can kind of chill out for a bit and just take a break. So,
yeah, we'll get loosey-goosey after this presentation. Just a reminder as well, if anyone has any questions relating to the whole stake pool operation space and also NFTs, considering we have a workshop coming up, please keep it in mind, raise your hand, no such thing as a silly question. Happy days.
Yes, bizarre. It was just working before, so.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's
Can you hear me now?
Yes, success.
Great.
Ryan, how are you doing?
Doing great, thanks. How are you?
Excellent. Yeah, very well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. And please feel free to introduce yourself and take it away.
Sure. So I'm Ryan, the founder and CEO of Ardana. Been in the space since 2015. Got involved in Cardano around 2017 to 2019 as an active community member. Loved the technology, loved the vision, and really just loved being part of what I feel was the first blockchain, which was actually solving real world problems, or at least looking to solve real world problems. This concept of RealFi really drew myself and our team in at Ardana. And that's essentially our long-term vision of Ardana, and our project is to build a core DeFi infrastructure point that's beneficial for when we see DeFi boom on Cardano, as we've had smart contracts launch. I think this quarter and the next quarter is going to be exciting. But really in the long term, we'd actually like to move the solution where this can be used, in the real world, and really build on top of people's idea of stable coins, and what you can do with stable coins and the benefit of stable coins. So really getting into Ardana, and what we're building is a decentralized stablecoin ecosystem for the Cardano blockchain. And we'll be serving the purpose of both providing a stablecoin, which can be used anywhere on Cardano, on other applications, to spend, to trade, to even just to hold, to have a form of stable asset within the space. But then also the infrastructure as well, to make it really easy for people to transact between stable coins. So our ecosystem falls into two parts: the decentralized stablecoin, which is, rather than being backed up by assets in a bank or a centralized authority, the assets that are backing our stablecoin DUSD are actually held in smart contracts in vaults, where users can deposit their assets into that vault, whether it's their ADA or another Cardano native token, and they're able to mint stablecoins against their assets. So you can actually take leverage on your assets. You can take out a loan against your ADA, but you actually receive a stablecoin that you can go use in the wider ecosystem. And that's just one half of our ecosystem. The other half makes it really easy and really efficient to transact between stablecoins, and that's our decentralized exchange. So within the space, people are used to the likes of Uniswap or SushiSwap. These are the kind of general purpose exchanges, which make it really easy to swap from, say, one governance token to another. What we're building is a much more niche solution. It's effectively a decentralized exchange for stablecoins, and that is our Ardana swap. So this is able to achieve a 50 to 100x increase in capital efficiency when swapping from one stablecoin to another. What that means is you actually see that gain and that improvement in the amount of slippage that you lose. So you lose a lot less in terms of slippage, transaction fees are lower. It's effectively a more efficient way to go from one stablecoin, say our DUSD, which will have its use case, to another, say, for example, the DJED stablecoin that IOHK is directly contributing to. So it's really two key pieces of stablecoin infrastructure: the stablecoin and the exchange. And that's just the foundation of what we're building. On top of that, we'll actually be having a decentralized foreign exchange solution. And that's really where we want to push into something that can benefit people in the real world, in having access to highly competitive, reliable, and ultra fast foreign exchange transfers, where you can go from one stablecoin in one currency, our DUSD, to another, our DGBP, where our vaults, you'll be able to mint various different currency stablecoins. And then the decentralized exchange will allow you to go back and forth between those different currency stablecoins in a highly efficient manner for low fees, effectively within a few seconds to under a second, for any trade size, as long as there's enough liquidity within our exchange. and all actually have fiat on-ramps and on-ramps as well, where this really connects it to the real world, where you can go from one fiat currency to another, all within a few seconds to even under a second, once we begin to leverage the layer 2 solutions and the scaling solutions that we'll see on Cardano. So that is really the bread and butter of Ardana. Effectively, it's a stablecoin ecosystem, but it's also a foreign exchange ecosystem which leverages stablecoins.
All right, I'll just field out to questions now. Any questions?
We're just getting some questions for you, Ryan.
While we get some questions, I have one for myself, and that's basically when it comes to the future of DeFi, and especially in relation to the development of developing nations. How much do you think that will? Yeah, sure. How much do you think that will fund the infrastructure in those nations? What kind of hurdles we have to face in order to make that real change?
Yeah. I think the core hurdles we see in developing nations and emerging markets is really just, it's both opportunity and ease of access. So when it comes to the opportunity side of things, some of the services which we are kind of used to, myself, born and raised in the UK, just aren't existent there. And then in other cases, the same services exist, but they're just not as efficient as other places are used to. And I think that's really where the improvements come, where we can build a solution. And this is applicable for anyone building on Cardano, when you have access to a decentralized permissionless blockchain, where in terms of access, you just need an internet connection. So as long as we push forward with providing access to internet in places which don't have that, this is really helping to onboard potential users into the Cardano ecosystem. So where we fit into that is giving access to a way to transact more easily with a stable store of value, whether that's our stable coin pegged to the currency of that specific nation, or even tying it to another commodity, say whether it's the local commodity, the thing that drives wealth within that nation. We can actually build, and we're looking to build stable coins, not necessarily tied to the value of a Western currency, but something tied directly to whether it's copper or steel or an agricultural good in that nation. So they now have access to a stable coin in what essentially represents wealth there. So that's one direct way where we like our solution to play a role in that. And then even at a larger scale, when it comes to trade, trade happens across borders. You're dealing with different currencies, and being able to have access to highly competitive foreign exchange rates is very important. And that's where we'd like to fill that space, essentially, in terms of providing that, but providing that in a decentralized way where ourselves, our team, we don't have control. This is a permissionless system. We launch it, and anyone can leverage that in any way they so please. So now it's not just limited to knowing someone within this specific bank or having a certain amount of capital to have access to these services. Now it can be anyone, whether it is a banking institution in one region wanting to transfer from this currency to another to conduct business somewhere else, or whether it's just the average person on the street. The level of access, with leveraging blockchain and leveraging Cardano and what we're building at Ardana, enables us to make foreign exchange accessible in the same way, with the same rates, with the same efficiency across all ends of the scale. And I think that's really what excites us. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. I have another question here from Glen.
Nice to see you. For those that are maybe more familiar with Ethereum-based DeFi, the DeFi on Cardano is obviously new. For those that are more familiar with Ethereum DeFi and the protocols that exist there, what are some, I guess, similar or comparable DeFi protocols on Ethereum that are kind of similar to Cardano? Maybe how people wrap their head around what we're trying to do, kind of like a curve to make it down, maybe a bit of both.
I'm not able to hear the questions at all from the audience.
Hey, can you hear me?
No, it's still very faint.
All right. Okay, I'm going to speak into this one. So the question was, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Perfect. So the question was, so DeFi on Cardano is still early days. DeFi has existed on Ethereum for a while now. What are some comparable DeFi protocols on Ethereum that would be serving a similar role to what Ardana is trying to do? Is it kind of comparable to maybe a Curve or a MakerDAO, or maybe a bit of both?
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's MakerDAO plus Curve on Cardano. To some extent, in terms of the functionality of MakerDAO, we provide that through our stablecoin, and Curve as well is provided through our decentralized exchange. So we're taking inspiration and kind of leveraging the work and experience that those teams over there have in how we craft our ecosystem. But we're taking it a step further beyond those platforms and doing interesting things where we're actually first movers in combining both of those in a single ecosystem under a single token. That's exciting there. And I'd say as well, there's certain aspects of both those platforms where we're doing things slightly differently, say on the MakerDAO model, how the liquidations occur in the back end with how the keepers interact. We're coming up with a different way to handle all of that in terms of determining certain price points for the liquidated assets and doing that in an algorithmic way. The simplest explanation for that is we're making that more decentralized, more essentially fair to allow anyone to participate in liquidations in an easy way, which does help to remove some of the security vulnerabilities there. And then on the exchange side of things with Curve, we're experimenting with the different pricing algorithms in the different pools to come up with liquidity pools that make it kind of even more efficient than what we've seen in the space of going from one currency to another, or two assets which are differently priced against each other. So I'd say conceptually, yeah, it's sort of MakerDAO plus Curve on Cardano. But there's small kind of nuances around that, and then there's building on top of that with foreign exchange, which is slightly different. That's a whole nother layer, and then taking that a step further with our initially our fiat on ramps and off ramps, but then in the long term, onboarding institutional clients to leverage our solution. So there'll actually be I guess you could call it a traditional finance, RealFi layer, above what we're building as well, which will filter down through the ecosystem, kind of making the stablecoin to fiat or the crypto to fiat, transition very easy. So yeah.
We've probably got time for maybe one or two more questions. In terms of the near-term roadmap, do you have a time frame of when Ardana is going to go live on Cardano, roughly? And when people how can they acquire the token as well?
Yeah, that's very soon, actually. In the coming weeks is when we actually do look to launch our token directly on Cardano mainnet. So Q4 is going to be a very exciting period, because that's where we'll have our token launch, our Dana token, DANA. as a ticker symbol, which is the governance token of the ecosystem. But then it also gives a share of the profits, which go back directly to the Dana token holders who stake. So that's going to be exciting there. But then the platforms as well, which will be launching in Q4 as well. So all of this is going to be happening in Q4, and we're really looking forward, to releasing it out into the world, as you could say, because we've been building for a while. We have a solid team. So yeah, in terms of timelines, we're really right at the end of our development cycle, brushing up a few things. We already have third-party auditors coming in, checking over our code, which is always important, maybe even the most important part. And then Q4 is the exciting period where we'll have the launch of our token and the launch of our stablecoin and the launch of our decentralized exchange.
Amazing. Any questions? Yes.
Hello. Hi, my name is Bharat. It's going back to foreign currency, foreign exchange. When you're converting into some other country, fiat currency, is it the end user experiencing like how he get the money out, like on that? They have to go walk into the bank, going into the account, or you have to show the wallet and exchange? That end user experience.
Yeah, great question. So it's going to be, in terms of the experience, it's really going to replicate, at least from the front end, the experience that people are used to. I think some of the hurdles, with adoption in crypto and DeFi is that, whether it's getting used to seed phrases, long strings of letters and numbers to interact, or even, using a decentralized exchange can be cumbersome. So in terms of that fiat to stablecoin transition, that's going to be no different to what people are used to using their banking app or using any other exchange app to swap between currencies. So people will almost be able to go from one fiat currency to another in a single click of a button in their bank account. On the front end, it will show us this currency and you can swap to this currency, and here is all the listed fees and the settlement time, which will be a few seconds to under a second. But our ecosystem will really be in the back end doing all the hard work, swapping from one stable coin to another. So all the processes we're used to in DeFi, which can be quite complex for the average person who isn't used to using DeFi or has never used a DeFi platform. People will have access to that directly, but our platform, the front end layer above it, will actually be doing that in an automated way. So in terms of the process and how that will look, it will literally just be open up your banking app or your financial application. You go from in this currency and you pick the other currency you want to go to, and you just click a button, and our ecosystem is the back end of all of that process. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. I've just got a question here. Obviously, the chance to speak to real makers in the space is fantastic. And I just have another gentleman here to ask a question about real endpoint when it comes to transactions.
Yeah, hi. It's just to do with the payout point in those countries. It has such a high entry level for people who have money, have ID, to open a bank account. There's no opportunity to send crypto, which will then be transferred into their currency, and they can just go in and collect it. So many fees involved, and a lot of these people don't have ID or the other requirements to hold a bank account.
Yeah, I'm not sure I heard much of that. I heard decentralized IDs.
Just in terms of the future of DeFi projects in the developing nations when it comes to the endpoint and the challenges that we face when it comes to that face-to-face transaction.
Okay, yeah. I think that one key improvement point, or I guess one key area, which an industry we think is going to grow, is really when it comes to human readable addresses. For example, when you use something like PayPal, you can actually send money back and forth with an email address. When you use your bank account, you can send money back and forth with just a short string of, whether it's your account number and your sort code. Someone can give that to you, can easily write that down, and you can send money back and forth within cryptocurrency, within blockchain. That's a bit more complex in terms of having to, have a long string of, letters and numbers, which is your wallet address. So I think that the turning point, and this is something we're looking to, and we're actually working directly with some players in decentralized IDs, is when we're able to tie that complex process into a personalized ID, whether that's tied to a name or an email address, or even a decentralized account, similar to your identity, whether it's a bank account, and actually taking that data from the real world, bringing it onto the blockchain in a decentralized form, or a package which represents you. You have control over that. You have control over who has access to your details on one end, but then you also have control over who has access to send you money, for example. So I think that's a key area, and I think Cardano in general, the ecosystem is actually forward thinking in that entire process of really the end point of that kind of turning point of when you move from crypto to fiat. I think what excites me beyond what we're working with is everything happening in the space. You look at Ottawa Prism, for example, in terms of identity and what that means in a blockchain world. This is really this is where the innovation is. So we definitely are going to be a part of that, and we're working on other solutions to make that transition easy. From not just fiat to crypto, but from a real kind of identity tied to a name, tied to a date of birth, in a secure, decentralized, and a way which kind of considers privacy as well, and allowing that to interact directly with our platform. So it is now similar. I wouldn't even say just similar to the real world experience of what we're used to, but it's actually an improved version where you're able to interact with that entire ecosystem, in a much more kind of efficient way. So yeah.
Thanks so much. I'll pass you on to one more question.
Hi, Ryan. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you, sorry.
I think.
Yeah, we've got some issues with the audio. We're bringing the guest to the front.
No worries.
Hi, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. I saw the partnership with Cody, and I wonder, what is your vision of the partnership with Cody?
Yeah, great question. It was exciting to announce that Cody is an amazing project, and an interesting project in terms of establishing their base both in Ethereum and also on their own blockchain that they're using, but then actually making the move to come into Cardano. So that interested us there. But really the key area is in ADA Pay, which Cody is directly working on and contributing on. So ADA Pay is a way for effectively users to interact with, whether it's merchants, shops, accounts. It's essentially a payments gateway, but tied to ADA itself. So our interaction there is really going to be making it more easily accessible for people to interact with our platform in both directions, whether they have ADA in their kind of real world wallet, and making that process as smooth as possible. But then also, interestingly enough, and I think this is really the next step, is actually having our own stable coins within the ADA Pay gateway, where now you're actually able to pay for services in the real world with our stable coin. So now it's not just a stable coin that's confined within cryptocurrency, within blockchain, within DeFi and Cardano. Our stable coins will be available on ADA Pay. So you'll be able to go into a store, or go into anywhere which has that gateway and actually pay for services with our stable coin. So that's an exciting process. You can go from, you have your ADA, which we all love our ADA. We're strong holders and we're staking and supporting the network. But with our platform, you can take your ADA, deposit it into a stablecoin vault. You can mint stablecoins against that. And now your stablecoins can actually be used, in the real world, for example, with any entities which have an ADA Pay gateway. So that's really going to be the big area of our collaboration, is having our stable coins, as a payment form, alongside ADA, and the other offerings that we'll see in ADA Pay. You'll see DUSD, DGBP, D Euro, D Shilling, D Rand, all the different currencies will offer within that. So yeah.
Fantastic. I just have one more question for you. Hi, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just wanted to talk about regulations for a bit. Obviously, the SEC has been talking about clamping down on DeFi. And from what I understand, foreign exchange in traditional finance is quite a heavily regulated area. I was just wondering if you could talk about maybe what you guys are doing in terms of ensuring compliance and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is a great question, and a very topical one. As we've seen, with I think the main issue in terms of regulation is DeFi is almost, and cryptocurrency is advancing faster than the regulators can keep up. So it's an interesting thing to see the level of innovation here, but then the lagging behind of regulation. And us, Ardana, we're within that sphere of obviously a stable coin, but then a foreign exchange platform. So with regards to how we kind of exist within that, the benefit is that we are fully decentralized, and that's a key point in terms of being a fully decentralized network, where it's not a central team or a company or an entity, us, the team, controlling the network. We build the network and we launch it onto the blockchain, and now it's offerable to you. So this is now a peer-to-peer network, as opposed to a centralized authority. And that's the key, that can be the key sticking point in terms of regulation coming in. Now, focused more on the foreign exchange side of things. We've been working closely with our, not just our legal counsel, but our legal partners. I have a joke within our team. We're kind of spending just as much time with our legal partners as we do with our developers. It's a lot of work on both sides. But yeah, effectively with regards to that, we will actually be a fully licensed foreign exchange brokerage on top of our platform. So we're actually able to exist and operate without foreign exchange license. However, we have to be, and every project has to be forward thinking and anticipating where regulation can go. So we're doing both. We're both innovating in cryptocurrency, but then also looking to the traditional space and the structures that they have. And with foreign exchange, that is through running a foreign exchange brokerage. So Ardana will be, a fully licensed foreign exchange brokerage, which will be allowed to operate in these spheres. So we think about regulation a lot, and that's an area where we'll always be, at least 2 steps ahead. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And obviously, of all the protocols, in terms of
strength against regulatory activity. Cardano is extremely well poised with such a educational backing. It's a completely built from the ground up platform, thinking of every which way regulatory action can swoop in. Granted, the egos and whatnot of world powers. So thank you very much for your time. It's very much appreciated. That DeFi space in the world of blockchain is an absolute gangbuster for making absolute real change in the world. So if I could get a round of applause for Ryan.
Thank you.
All the best, Ryan.
Thank you very much.
All the best to you guys. And thanks to all of you for listening in.
Appreciate it. Chat to you later.
Okay, so it is now time to have a bit of a break, get loosey-goosey. My little input to the blockchain ecosystem is a game of darts, as with mine. So over here, we've got a little dart game set up. Cardano. So basically, everyone gets one chance. And if I've made this too hard, everyone gets more than one chance to basically have a throw. And one of those dots on the Cardano board to represent Cardano Summit 21, prize of 21 ADA. So have a crack. Obviously a community-driven event, so that's straight out of my wallet. So be nice. I was going to give it 2021 ADA, but I have too much faith in the ecosystem. So it is now drinks and food time, and I will go man the Cardano board. Feel free to have a crack and have a good time. Yeah, for sure. And for anyone who's listening to the live stream and is paying attention over the web, we really appreciate the time that you've put in to pay attention to what's going on in our little corner of the world. Thank you very much. This is where we will end the live stream. And if I can quickly get a round of applause for anyone who's listening instead of running to the beer, which I completely understand. Can I just get a round of applause for anyone who came in via the live stream?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's all about community, no matter where you are. So thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.